Commission. For the roll call, present we have myself, Colin Heffernan, we have Charles Savage, we have Peter Lisa, we have Paul Kay, we have Sophie Roberts, we have Stefan, we have Marshall Wilcox, we have Jake Kluwick, and Alex. Is Alex online? Yes, we have. So we have a full house today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let's see. Elizabeth, did you sit last time? Okay, so we will go with Marshall. We'll seat you tonight. Sound good?
Yeah.
Who seated?
Marshall.
Okay.
Okay. We of course will welcome your input for everything, but voting. If we do anything to that, we won't be. Okay. So our first order of business is the continued public hearing, number 24-015, the Terre application to conduct a regulated activity at 134, 122, and 150. Old Boston Post Road, map 19, lot 44, 44-1, 44-2, the subdivision of a lot, including expanding existing gravel driveway into paved private road in the Walker's Property Review area. The applicant is Angus McClellan, Gary Sharp and Associates, owner Aaron Terry, Terry Mara, and Richard Whittam. We are to close the public hearing, 65 days for our extension. However, as I understand it, we just got some response from the applicant January 13th, so 3 days ago. So we would like to give time for our professionals for staff and for us to have a little more time to review your response. It's a fairly lengthy response with an updated plan sheet. So I was wondering if the applicant would be requesting a further continuance of the public hearing.
I'll do a little overview of what we've done.
Sure. I think that we can, yeah, so what I would ask would be, yes, I certainly have the opportunity to speak tonight, to give an overview of what we've done. I don't know, we have sort of a full house today. I don't know if people are here for this application or another one, but anyone who'd like to speak and be heard tonight, I understand we want to make them, and then, but however, we do want to have more time to digest. So, understood? Okay, makes sense to you guys? Okay, sure, very good, go ahead. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna grab your easel. My name is Fern Trimley, I'm a professional engineer with Angus McClellan, Gary Sharp and Associates. I'm here tonight with Casella, attorney with Goodyear and Casella, and Ian Trey, one of the property owners. At the last meeting that we were here presenting, you had requested that we, in conjunction with Mr. Jacobson, that we do a drainage analysis of the area to determine the amount of impact this development will have on the neighborhood. So we did that and we submitted to Mr. Jacobson. We've been in communication with him, making changes to what was submitted, and I'm not sure if he's gotten anything over to you, but we've been addressing his review comments and we have updated this, as you say, rather lengthy
Sure.
response.
So I don't have I don't believe we have received a response to your letter dated January 13th. So I think that we're all on the same page. I have not responded to that. So.
All right. So basically when we started, we took the neighborhood and we looked at topography of the neighborhood to determine the drainage area that drains to the site. There are no outlets, traditional drainage outlets where like stream or anything like that where water leaves the wetlands on the site. We are the low point of the neighborhood. All of the surrounding areas that are in color drain to our site. The perimeter of our site is roughly the dark green area. So all the properties in the rear of the properties along Meadowwood Lane, some of the properties along the Hampton Trail, the properties to the south all drain to our property. 3 wetlands that are on the property that were the subject of this review. There's a large wetland to the west side. There's a smaller wetland in between the existing home and the existing driveway. And then there's a third wetland in the northeast corner. So we took this existing drainage conditions and The light green is essentially grassed areas, the dark green are wooded areas, the brown areas are gravel. This is the existing gravel drive. And the gray areas are impervious surfaces, roofs, driveways, things of that such. We took that information and we created a runoff coefficient weighted to this for each of the 3 drainage areas in the site. There's the western drainage area, existing drainage area 1, which is this whole side of the property. There's a small drainage area 2 that drains to this wetland, and a third drainage area that drains to this wetland here. When these wetlands do become flooded, there is the possibility that the water from them will jump this stone wall along the northern property line and get adjacent to Old Post Road. In the past, some people have said that they've seen it flood onto the road. But right in this corner here is the inlet to the town drainage network. And the last meeting, we had some back and forth discussing whether that drains onto the property or if it collects water from the property. We surveyed that area and it does indeed drain from the property into the town drainage network along the northern property line, the northern edge of Old Post Road. And it drains about 800 feet down to the east into the Oyster River. So all of those catch basins along there collect water, additional water. We have this small 15-inch inlet at a head wall here that collects water. Currently, this driveway is elevated to the point where water within this central wetland can't get out to go east and then get into that inlet because the driveway creates a hydraulic barrier. The only way for it to go out would be to go north and flood into Old Post Road. There's no outlet for drainage area 1 either. However, it's a significant area, a significant wetland, and the water within that wetland tends to stay on property. It can pond slightly onto the backyards of the Meadowwood properties in times of high water. We analyzed these 3 drainage areas for the 2-year, 10-year, 25-year, 50-year, 100-year storm events and compared them to developed conditions. This map here. The areas look similar, but there are some areas that have changed due to grading on the site. And you can see that the surface areas have changed. The gray areas have increased. Those are the impervious surfaces. The existing road, or existing drive, excuse me, right here, which bisects these 2 wetlands here, is that it's in the same vicinity of the proposed private road. The properties, the areas off the property remain unchanged, but the 3 house sites, we've shown schematic homes, driveways, septic systems, and the areas that will be cleared to facilitate these facilities. Drainage area 1 remains relatively unchanged. There will be an addition of this gravel driveway to the home back here and the home here, but with the proposed grading, the area will get slightly smaller. And if you read my letter, there's a very little change between existing and developed conditions going to drainage area 1. The pond surfaces that we modeled each of the wetlands as ponds, and the water surface in these ponds in pond 1 or drainage area 1 changes only by a couple tenths in developed conditions. Drainage area 2 gets smaller, but the amount of impervious surfaces increase. The curve number, the runoff, the amount of runoff that's generated increases slightly, but the reduction in area kind of cancels out the amount of flow that goes to that wetland. One of the other things that was done hydraulically on the site was at the recommendation of the Public Works Director, a culvert was added under the proposed road. What that does is hydraulically connects wetland 2 to wetland 3 and gives a pathway that's not currently present at the site for water to drain under the road to wetland 3 and then overflow this the stone wall and get into the drainage culvert into the town network. So currently this water here is trapped with this addition of this pipe, it's a level, flat pipe that can allow the water to equalize between the two wetlands. When it does get to the point where it crests this wetland, this stone wall, it can get down into the inlet and get into the town drainage network. The drainage area 2 has the potential to flood off the property into this area adjacent to Old Post Road in all 5 storm events in existing conditions, the 2, the 10, the 25, 50, and 100-year storm events. In developed conditions, because it's allowed to equalize between 2 and 3, the 2 and 10-year storm event, it does not crest this stone wall here and get into the adjacent area to the road. So in all cases, drainage area 1, we're reducing the flows to it slightly. Drainage area 2, we're giving it a pathway to get out of this drainage area without ponding onto the road and getting into the town drainage network. Drainage area 3 has that same pathway. There will not be a significant impact to the neighborhood from a drainage standpoint due to the proposed development. We have reviewed this with Mr. Jacobson. As I said, we've gone back and forth a couple times with review comments. We're still nailing down some of the details, but generally, I believe he thinks that hydraulically, I believe he agrees with our conclusions. And I believe Mr. Davidson wrote to you, regarding the quality of the wetlands. Because we aren't changing the hydrology of drainage area 1, which is the one that was the most concerning to him, because Richard Snarsky had determined that there were possible vernal pools in drainage area 1. Since we aren't changing the flow of hydrology to that one, he believes that there won't be an impact. And he assessed the quality of these as detention basins, and I think he agrees with our conclusions as well. I don't know if he submitted anything to you other than the email.
No, he wasn't ready to state that definitively because he has not seen Jeff's response or your answers to Jeff's questions and then Jeff's response to that, and then he'll determine what his response is going to be based on that.
Okay. Okay. I can answer any questions that the commission may have now. I know there's a lot of information in there, a lot of text. Answer any questions, I'd be happy to.
Questions from the commission? Jay?
I just have one, just a clarification, based on our earlier submittals. Is it a fair statement to say that all of the development work, meaning road, with the exception of skirting these 2 wetlands, which is this access road through here, but the homes themselves and septic systems and the homes themselves are all beyond the 100-year setback?
The 100-foot wetland.
The 100-foot wetland, they're not in that upland area.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
There will be, with the addition of the
Well,
the
that's
pipe.
a different animal.
Yeah.
I have a question, just to sort of jurisdictionally what we're looking at. The site plans for the proposed homes that are on there, I guess proposed isn't the right term.
Schematic.
Those are schematics on there, but that is not what is included in your application thus far, correct? The application that we're looking at today is included, is the roads, right? Not the houses at this time?
No, the houses and driveways are included as well.
Okay.
We estimated a 35 by 25 foot rectangle for a schematic home.
Okay. But the plan to build the houses in terms of the application for the houses is sort of site plans of those.
Those site plans would be determined after the lots are created, and if a site plan review is required, then at that time it would be done.
And that would be.
So you're-
Do you know what I'm getting at, Lynette?
I do, yes.
Okay.
And we're gonna look at the application.
Right.
I think exactly they apply for, but it's my understanding that you're reviewing the driveway. Oh, actually, it's on the agenda. Subdivision of lot, including expanding existing gravel driveway into paved private road within the 100-foot upland review area. So if there's any regulated activity associated with the building of the homes, those folks will have to come in for their own permits.
Yeah, so it's hard to see with all the colors on that, but
Mhm.
this is the section of the road that's within the regulated area.
Correct.
This is the only really the only area that is under the jurisdiction of this commission.
Correct. That's what I'm sort of getting at, is this commission has jurisdiction over the parts of the application that are that section of road, really.
Yeah.
Is the only impact of the, subdivision doesn't impact the wetlands, it's lines on a map.
Yes,
The houses are outside of our purview, so really, we're just here dealing with that one section of the road.
correct. And
And the related drainage.
I didn't mention, but we do show that each of the proposed homes will have a rain garden. One of Mr. Jacobson's comments was if the house size changes, the rain gardens need to be recalculated to address the roof area. We put that comment onto the plans. The other thing that I meant to point out that I didn't was at the last meeting, we had a discussion about the conservation easement over the proposed, wetland one. We also have added a conservation easement over the two smaller wetlands and including the entire wetlands as well as 5 feet outside. At the last meeting, we had some concerns about clearing up to the wetland or things like that. So we have added those to the plans, that there will be a conservation easement over those wetlands as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the commission? At this time, you will have more time in the future to ask questions, but at this point in time. Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm gonna say, I don't know who here is.
I did.
We do have a letter consenting to continue.
Oh, thank you, Attorney Sella.
Thanks.
So thank you very much for that. And with that, we're gonna open this up sort of to comments from the floor. Again, I'll give the applicant the option to respond to the comments one by one, or to wait for all the comments to be made and then take it from there. So it's either one you want to do, just let me know.
Okay.
So is there anyone here in the public who wishes to speak on this application? Yes, sir. You just identify yourself for the record.
My name is Jay Costello. I live at 116 Old Post Road. I'm also a licensed professional civil engineer. Have been licensed and practicing in the state for over 45 years. I'm disappointed that Mr. Jacobson, the engineer, is not here because I really would like to have a conversation with him, but I have a few comments. I appreciate the detailed report that was submitted. I do have many questions regarding it. My property is right here. And what happens currently, regardless of what happens in the future, first of all, I want to say that I'm not opposed to the project itself. I think it's not overly developed in terms of the acreage and so forth, but I have very specific concerns for myself. One of them is currently this wetland right now flows into my property. It looks like this drainage area, this zone shows it coming this way, but there's a wall here, a stone wall, all along this property line. And this wetland here fills up. And water currently flows at times, I'm not saying every time it rains, but when we get very significant storms, water flows into my property from this wetland right here, wetland 3. So I have very serious concerns about what's being proposed here and how it might impact and increase the water that comes onto my property from this property. This wetland right now, wetland 3, as it's being proposed, is actually the drainage area for this wetland is actually now larger than it is right now by 20%. There's an area right here that, according to the existing wetland maps, shows it going to area 2,
Yes.
which now goes to wetland 3.
Yes.
Okay, already my property is getting water from this property, and now we're gonna add 20% more drainage area to this well. So that's a serious concern that I have. Okay, now, also, bear with me, because I have a fair amount of detail that I want to talk about, so I want to take some time and make sure that I get it across. So, there is a wetland, a drainage outlet, right, or inlet to the the existing system right now, right here for this wetland. But this wall right here is actually, it's kind of like a small dam. And the water has to rise up before it will drain and get into this this system and drain out. The other thing is, my neighbor across the street here, Bill, he's got a low area here, and this system, I think, should be analyzed to see whether it's even sufficient currently before we start adding water to it. Because it appears to me that this system, when it really seriously rains, this system backs up and ponds in his yard.
The catch basin that's in his yard is about 6 inches higher than his
I
yard.
understand, but I'm just saying, water ponds up, and I think it actually comes out of that catch basin at times. There's a flat basin next to it, right on the edge of his property. So,
Well, that
that's,
just
can catch the water.
If I could just, so we can keep things clear,
Yeah.
wait for him to finish his presentation and then you
Okay.
can jump right in and respond to his. We'll let you do
Sure.
that. That's fine.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're talking over each other.
Yeah, I get that, yeah. So at any rate, I really think that this system needs to be analyzed to make sure that it's currently adequate before we start adding water. Okay, so that's another, I guess, concern that I have. Another concern that I have is this pipe right here. This wetland here, the only, right now, I think, it does similar to this, it fills up and drains onto the road. Okay, and if we add this pipe in here, now water, this is going, the water's downhill is this way. More water is gonna be coming into this wetland, and I already have a problem. So not only are we adding the drainage area, but now we're adding access for this drain to drain into this wetland. Okay, and it's just gonna, and it fills up, and it's just gonna fill up even higher. Okay, so this is another problem. So I have some serious concerns with a lot of the things that are being proposed there and how they might potentially, I'm not saying they can't be solved, but I'm just saying there are problems. So I want to show you, this is I'm gonna show you a couple of charts right out of this report, okay? This is page 11 on this current report, and it's called peak runoff, all right? This is area 2 over here, and this is area 3, which is me, over next to me over here. There's gonna be a reduction in peak runoff that goes to area 2. There's gonna be an increase of peak runoff to area 3, which is me. At the 2-year storm, it's a 500% increase, okay? At the 10-year storm, it's a 300%, almost a 300% increase. As the storms go up, the increases go down percentage-wise, but we got much larger storms and more water, okay? So we're getting more, clearly, even the report shows, we're adding more runoff to that wetland that is already a problem for me. All right, now let's look, this is page 12, this is the runoff volumes in each wetland, okay? And again, area 2, area 3, which is me, area 2, the volume is gonna decrease in area 2. The volume of water in area 3, wetland 3, is increasing, again, by 300%, okay? So that volume's increasing, and then more water it's already spilling over into my property. It's like a bathtub that has no, a little tiny drain. You're adding more water and it's running over, okay? So even their drainage report shows that. And again, the reflection here is elevations, okay? Elevation, area 2, the elevations are going down, okay, or no improvement. The water surface elevations in 3 are going up 7 inches in a 2-year storm. The water's going up. That already goes into my property. It's going up 1.5 inches, 2.5 inches, 1.5 inches for all these storms. Okay, so this drainage report, while I appreciate it, is a serious concern for me. So what I would like to see, I do not want to see these two connected. This wetland should have its own outlet. They need to find a way to get this water out to the town system on its own without connecting to this wetland. Then this wetland, they need to. Sorry about that. No offense. I wasn't trying to get you. This wetland, I think some kind of a formal swale needs to be cut out through this wall to drain this wetland before water gets onto my property and get it out into the system. And then, and this area here, this inlet's, it's pretty mucked in, but that can be improved and that can be fixed. And then this system should be looked at to make sure that it's adequate to take that additional water. So those are my major concerns. And I would really like you to talk to Jeff Jacobson, town engineer. I would love to talk to him if I could, but that's up to you guys. I've addressed my concerns, I think, as succinctly as I can. And I think a lot more topographic detail needs to be done on these two properties to make sure we know the elevations along that wall, that property line, and make sure that water isn't, when it rises up, that volume of elevations go up, does not go up any higher than it is now, or some kind of berm or something would have to be created in order to keep the water onto their property and keep it from coming out the mine. So there's a solution. I just don't know, I just think it should be addressed. And also, lastly, but not leastly, as I said before in the previous meeting, I really would like to see a 25-foot easement all along this boundary line, conservation easement, so that we can retain the mature trees there and provide protection for all the people who are buying this property, so the new folks can't come in and kind of clear that out. So that's the last request. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for you. One is the charts that you held up illustrating those were just copies, blown up copies of the charts that are in his plan, or
Those are, yeah.
Okay, so that's not new information. That's
That came right out of the report.
Okay.
I'm not
Page-
sure if that's the most
Pages
current
11,
report.
12,
Okay.
11, 12, yeah.
Okay, the other question I have for you, and this is sort of something that is we wrestle with as a commission in wetlands, is our jurisdiction and concern involves the health and protection of the wetlands. That oftentimes rubs us against abutting property owners' concerns about water flow to their property. We don't really have, that isn't, the jurisdiction of keeping abutting properties from gaining more water is not necessarily what we have jurisdiction over. Is there what I'm trying to say is if there is runoff that goes to other properties, but the wetlands are not harmed by that runoff, I'm not sure that we have jurisdiction to really get into that. You, of course, have other civil remedies available to you, but I'm not sure they're in this commission. Do you have an idea of the nexus between your concerns about increased runoff to your property and into your neighbor's property and all that, and the health of the wetlands? Because you seem to be proposing that there be another, that we find a way to get rid of the water from number 2 that doesn't go into number 3. Where's the connection between the health of the wetlands and the runoff that you're concerned about?
Well, you'll have to ask the wetlands enforcement officer and the experts that they brought in to assess the wetlands, but I suspect there would be some impact. I mean, I don't even know what what wetlands critters might be in there, but and how they might be harmed by increase in the water elevations for longer periods of time. I don't know.
And I'm not saying that without that information, your concerns aren't valid or not something we're listening to. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to sort of, tie those two together if you hadn't.
Yeah, well, certainly when you increase the water elevations, you're gonna increase the size of the pond. There might be impacts on those critters. I don't know. I'm not an expert in that field, so I can't say.
Thank you. I will give the applicant time for response.
Okay, so we did go out and assess the catch basins that were across the street and down to the east of the property. We located these catch basins along the property. We located the drain pipe going across, as well as the catch basins down to the east. This is Mr. Casella's property right here. The pipe coming across is a 15-inch RC reinforced concrete pipe, and then everything downstream is a 15-inch reinforced concrete pipe. There's two 12-inch concrete pipes that connect these two catch basins at the end of, I believe, Captain Lane to the rest of the network. This is the catch basin in question that he was speaking about his neighbor's property. This catch basin is on the edge of the road. The neighbor's property is about 6 inches below the grade of the road. So the water that gets onto his property can't get into that catch basin. One solution might be to change the type of catch basin that's there to have an open back so the water from his property could get into the drainage network. The water from this property is not flooding his property. The water, this catch basin this whole network would have to back up to overflow this catch basin to flood his property. The water from his property can't get into this catch basin. That's kind of the crux of that issue.
Did you analyze the capacity of the existing system all the way down to the river?
We did not, because the
That's
entire
the problem.
network would require the analysis of Indian Town.
And sir, just so that we have the same, I'll ask that you wait for him to finish his presentation before you jump back on. Thanks.
I'll just throw this out there then. This network gets giant as you go down because a good portion of Indian Town comes down and collects into this before it gets outletted into the Oyster River. It would be a monumental task to analyze this entire network. The drainage network, the drainage analysis that we did was for about a 10-acre piece in the surrounding properties. It would be 10 times that to analyze the whole network. That is for the whole, all the way down to its outlet. One of the concerns was that the water from the wetland 2 is going to get to 3 through the pipe. Smaller storms, it's going to be an advantage for him because the water, as he stated correctly, the wetland drainage area 3 is going to be increased slightly because of the grading, but during smaller storm events, the water can equalize between the two wetlands. Larger storm events will overflow at this point. Mr. Costello's property, I don't know if you can see it here. This is a 12 contour, this is a 12 contour. The low point in the wall where the overflow occurs is at approximately 11.5. So it would have to pond 6 inches above that outlet to get up significantly onto his property. I'm not saying it doesn't get onto his property at all, but there would have to be a significant backup for it to get some significant amounts of water onto his property, according to the analysis that we did. We did go out and we did spot topographic surveys in the area of the wetlands and surrounding the wetlands while we were surveying the drainage network. So the topography in this area is all field data. The surrounding area is LiDAR and other elevations that are available from state databases that we piece together to make one map. I think that answers the majority of the questions or points that you brought up. I think the numbers that he was referencing were from a previous drainage revision of the drainage report that Mr. Jacobson had commented on when we revised.
Sir, response?
That's the most recent report that was published by the, so if you submitted something recently, does it change those numbers?
The 13th?
Huh?
The 13th?
Does it change those numbers and those?
Yes, some of the comments that-
significantly? So does it lower the wetlands elevation?
Some of the comments that Mr. Jacobson, I don't know how you want to.
Okay,
Okay,
so,
so there's another report that we haven't seen yet.
no, we have the report dated the 13th. Did the chart you pulled come from the report that was dated the 13th? So what happened was Mr. Jacobson submitted some concerns and thoughts. The applicant then responded to some of those, and the response and the change in the plans that the applicant made would then change the tables that you're talking about, I believe is what the applicant's saying. So I guess the question becomes, is the chart that you held up to show an
The chart
example?
that I had was prior to the previous public meeting.
Okay, so the chart you had was not based on the most recent
No,
data.
no, but I had found it, I don't know what's changed. Maybe you could tell me what's different.
We've updated the curve numbers and the times of
But I
concentration.
can tell you, I don't know, there's not enough elevations along here to know what happens, but regardless of what you're saying, whatever the elevations are, water gets currently from here to here, okay?
I agree.
And if you raise the water surface elevation, which I understand even with the new tables, the water surface elevation here goes up for the storms, that's gonna put more water into my property. Right? And I think, like I said, I'm not saying there isn't a solution. I'm saying that it needs to be better thought out. This needs to, a swale needs to be cut in here somehow without seriously impacting the wetland quality. And so it drains into the system. The system needs to be checked to make sure that it can accept additional water. There's nothing, right now, I'm not convinced that this system doesn't back up, and that's why there's a bit of a problem. And also, this system needs to drain separately, it should not drain into the system. Why should all of this whole drainage area drain into here and out this way? It should not do that because it's gonna increase the problems for me. So, I don't have a copy of it, was why I haven't seen it. Is it up on the
It's on the
webpage?
website.
Yes, it is.
Okay, because I looked at it this afternoon, I didn't see it. But the elevations still, the engineer is still saying the elevations here are gonna go up.
If you,
So this total premise doesn't change.
if you want to take a look, it is I believe that it is the last document on the 134 Old Post Road application materials. It is entitled applicant response. Is what you want to be looking for, okay? The applicant, any further response to his
So I
comments?
understand that the hearing is gonna be continued anyway.
It is, so you will have time to take a look.
Opportunity to look at it again, and I'll do that. I can,
Very good.
may hopefully talk to the town engineer or these guys and work it out.
Okay,
Yes.
Sure.
The pipe that he's objecting to was at the request of the town public works director. He was the one who requested that pipe be put there to facilitate the drainage so that it doesn't back up from wetland two onto Old Post Road.
very
But I
good.
don't think he understands the implications, of adding more water to the other well.
Okay. Thank you. Any other members of the gallery wish to speak on this application? Yes, in the gray bean.
So, my name is Anna Gabry. I know that some of you may have read the email that I sent in. I'm a fourth generation resident of Old Saybrook. I have my undergraduate degree in marine biology, and I'm currently pursuing my master's degree in environmental science while being fully employed at the Mystic Aquarium. So I don't come to you today to speak as a property owner. I come to speak to you as a conservationist, and that is where I take issue with this application. In adding that driveway and splitting the wetlands, I think there's going to be major devastation to the animals that live in those wetlands. That is where I find my most concern. Growing up in the house that I've had the fortune to grow up in, we see foxes, we see coyotes, there are tons of birds of prey. There are loads of different animals that utilize these wetlands for their homes. If we are starting to, one, split up the wetlands with these roads and changing the way that these wetlands will fundamentally operate, I don't think that there will be any good that comes out for the critters that we were speaking of earlier. With the drainage as well, I worry that the drain, because you said that it's going to drain into the Oyster River, some of it. I worry about this being a point source of pollution and fundamentally affecting the other points of the wetlands. As part of the Clean Water Act, we are allowed and entitled to clean water for all, and I see that building and having construction done on these wetlands, letting the runoff not only pollute these wetlands, but going further into our salt marshes, will start fundamentally changing the animals and the survival rates and the thriving rates of the animals we see along our coast and along our wetlands. One of the things that makes Old Saybrook such a special town is the fact that we have these forests, we have our wetlands, we have our beaches. I don't see how this would be a good thing for our animals and for our incredibly unique ecological systems that this town is known for. I'm very fortunate to have grown up in the area that I am. It's given me such a passion for conservation and for teaching others to conserve these areas that are so important to me and so important to all of the people who are here today. And I know while it might not seem like it's tough now, we don't know how these animals will react out the gate. We're seeing constant destruction of homes for a lot of these animals. And I fear that with the development that's already occurred with that small land zoning area that was approved and then taken down, and the driving back and forth that a lot of the animals that were living there have now left. Are we gonna ever see a return of these animals to that area? These animals that I've grown up looking out my window and watching every morning and afternoon, coming home from school and seeing foxes run along my stone walls. I don't know if they're going to come back, and that is something that is incredibly concerning for me. Once again, not as a property owner, but as a resident of Old Saybrook and as someone who is passionate about conservation. Those are my major concerns about this.
Thank you. Yeah, that's your spot.
We agree with her, and we are trying to conserve do our best to conserve the land as well as utilize it. We are not developing the wetlands. We are putting conservation easements over the wetlands and in the upland review areas of the wetlands. The road that is going to be added is going to be a widening of the existing road. We are not bisecting any wetlands that are not already bisected by existing driveways. There is just this strip here. That's the only area that's in an upland review area or next to a wetland. Everything else, all the development that we are proposing is outside of the 100-foot regulated area that's being visible by this commission in this town as a protection for the wetlands.
Thank you.
Your conservation easement that you're proposing, how is that actually going to assist the survival and the thrive? Because these species may be able to quote unquote survive, but are we going to see the species continue to survive? Not just the megafauna, which I personally am a fan of, but also the things you don't see as often, the salamanders, the frogs, the turtles. These are animals that are just as important to the ecosystem and survival that live in these wetlands. And as we're seeing with these drainages, because you brought up several areas that are probably going to continue to flood. If these wetlands flood out more, these animals are losing those critical habitats that they need to be in. The reason why wetlands are wetlands and marshes as well are one of the most sensitive habitats is because with the water levels changing and if things start to flood and things start to drain, we're going to see them losing these critical points of habitat that they either need for feeding they should be able to find adequate food that they need for spawning and reproduction, for rearing their young. I am genuinely concerned about not just the survival, but the thriving of these animals in these areas. And if it does come to a point where we have the conservation easements, which are, appreciated as a baseline, I don't know how that will assist some of the smaller animals, the more sensitive animals. I could see, some of the larger animals like the coyotes who are able to run across the streets freely, not the driveway roads, but streets in general. But what about the smaller animals who aren't as easily able to cross those access roadways and that we're already seeing on a stark decline due to development in wetland areas like this, or just habitat destruction in a general sense?
Thank you. Anything for the opposite response?
Maybe you've implemented the treatment train. I think we've gone over it in the past meetings. Along the west side of the proposed driveway or proposed private road, there will be a 1 foot along, it's a paved private road. It'll have a 1 foot crushed gravel apron. Then it will have, I believe it's a 5 foot vegetated strip. And then there will be a 12-foot wide infiltration trench. The whole point of that is to capture the runoff and increase the water quality before it gets into the wetland. So we are capturing some water in that infiltration trench. We're retaining the water quality volume, which is a requirement of the water pollution, the DEP water pollution manual. We're retaining that on site, and then the vegetated swale is going to remove sediment before it can get into the infiltration trench. The infiltration trench will allow the water to settle and remove more sediment before it gets into the well. We are taking it seriously, and we are trying to do everything possible to protect the wetlands on the site. And again, I just want to stress that it's just this area here that we are developing, and we are putting a paved road over an existing gravel driveway. It's not like we're tearing down virgin tree, wooded lot. If there's an existing developed driveway there, we're changing the surface of it and expanding it by about 2 feet on either side.
Just make one point about, as Casella. And there is a conservation easement that will be part of the planning commission review. The town generally has a form of conservation easement, but it includes prohibitions on removing trees, removing soil, removing habitat. So not only the wetlands 100% protected, but then the fringes around them are protected as well. And you'll recall that the conservation areas we're proposing around the wetlands were the recommendation of Rich Snarski, who's a soil scientist. So we all know Rich Snarski is very conservative. He cares deeply about the wetlands and their habitats. So these come from his recommendation as to what he believes are appropriate in light of the particular wetlands.
Thank you. Okay. Yes.
I will rest after this. I just still personally don't feel that that's sufficient as well. It will protect, it does seem like the animals in the marshes. I still don't think that with the runoff into the Oyster River, I still don't feel that it's sufficient to protect the animals that are already on the area. Because even at the aquarium, to use a drill, we have to take several layers of precaution to make sure it doesn't disturb our animals. We do care for reptiles at the aquarium as well. So I don't know that having the pavement being placed and all the things that go in, because you have to tamp that down, you have to have the heavy machinery. I don't think that it is still something that is appropriate or safe for the wetlands in this area. But I won't make any further comments after that.
Thank you. Okay.
May I ask?
Sure, go ahead.
Is this an appropriate time to ask the surveyor this question?
I think that what I would try to do would be just so that we can
Okay.
keep the flow going. If it's directly related to the comments and response, yeah, if not, I'd ask you to keep it.
Tangential, that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else from the gallery wish to comment on this application? Sir, in the field. Bill.
Yes, good evening. My name is Daniel Teray. I'm the property owner of 122 Old Post Road on 44.1, the lot number there. I'm right in the middle of everything. The concern that I'm hearing from what you indicated, the engineer indicated regarding the drainage coefficient and the ratio off of the road, where the road comes in, there's definite contours to the road and elevation changes that feed from on the existing 15-foot pea gravel road that was put in 1989. There are slopes that within that 15-foot width drop from about 10 inches from one side to the other. So the road, as you're coming through some of these curves, drains to the east side and then drains to the west side. So the road doesn't say anything regarding the pitch or the drainage, is it level? And that will be directly impacting on my property as the road comes around to the hammerhead, because right now currently the water is draining away from and I can't really see exactly from analyzing the maps from where exactly the existing 15-foot road is to where the proposed road is that is going to abut to my property line. Not only that, there's not any stone catch basement or any other drainage easement that are going to be on the east side, which abuts to my property there on the existing pea gravel driveway. That road is coming right up to my property line, and everything is on the opposite side. There's nothing that's indicating on how it's going to negatively impact my property.
Great.
Do you have any feedback on the easement, the drainage easement on my side, with that impacts my property, because my property floods?
You don't have a drainage easement, but I think the way you're trying to, the drainage
What area to protect the wetlands on, you said it was on the west side
yes,
of the road
the
going in.
road will be elevated along the west of the eastern edge and will slope away from your property.
Okay, there's some that slopes to the east side when you come in, significant slope.
Currently,
Yeah,
yes.
how's the road gonna be finished? Is it gonna be contouring to those slopes, or is it gonna be level, crowned in the middle, draining to both sides? I have no
So I
idea.
guess to keep this kind of on a path, your question appears to be, you want further detail from the applicant as to the slope and drainage of their proposed road.
As well as a buffer from the surfaced road that's going over the existing pea gravel road as far as runoff or drainage, or any other buffer to my land.
So your question is, the proposed road, when finished, what will the slope be and what will the buffer be vis-a-vis your property?
Yes,
Okay, does that help clarify the question for the applicant?
I understand it, yeah.
Okay,
If you look at the drainage, the plan set, you can see the existing drive as well as the proposed drive. This is the existing drive right here. I'm answering your questions, we're just looking, can you see it? Can you see it?
Can see now.
So this is the existing drive, and this is the limit of the right of way for the private road. So everything will be within this private road here, that right of way. It gets very convoluted. You can see the edge of pavement, you can see the existing drive. You just have to look at the maps, as well as the grading is all on the maps. Everything is pitching away from your property from the road. The eastern edge of the road is elevated and draining across the road away from your property.
And so the road development's gonna follow that natural slope and contour going to the west side as it abuts up to my property.
Correct.
But there will be no other stone or buffer from the road before it hits my property line.
There's going to have to be a paved apron off of the proposed drive to your existing parking area.
I realize that that's not what I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
From where the road comes in and you're resurfacing it, you've got the buffer that's going to the left side, and you have the edge of the road coming in to my property line.
Yes, there's nothing,
There's nothing on that side, that's what you're saying.
because the water's draining away from it. One of the other concerns that was brought up by Mr. Trey at the last meeting was his drain pipes. His drain pipes leave his house, I think it's footing drains, and he was concerned that they were gonna be cut off by the road being put in. We went out in the field and we located the drain pipes. They're on the map now, they're over here. The proposed road is over here, his home is here. So it is on his property. We will not be altering those as part of this development.
Meaning the one that goes under the current gravel road, right? That's what you're talking about. The footing.
The only one that we found when we did the survey was this PVC pipe here, a 4-inch PVC on the eastern side of the pea gravel road.
Let me go a little bit closer on to get exactly where you're. I'm talking about the footing drain that exists right from this point. It comes under where I identified with the surveyors that came out, and that existing is coming over here. Not where were you pointing up here? No, that's not the drainage pipe. The drainage pipe that's existing that goes under the road comes where my driveway access is, which I don't see it right on this map, but it's right somewhere right in this area. It goes directly under that and evacuates on the other side. The surveyors who were out there did identify it. And I talked about that at the last meeting. And they were out there and they did stake it. They did, I supposedly, put that into the plans.
The one that they located is shown on the existing plan, current plan. I can check through the notes and see if there's another one that he's referencing, but I'm not.
I pointed it out to him when he was on site the day he was out there surveying.
Okay. Well, then an easement might need to be made in order for him to drain his water onto the other property, another property owner.
As long as it doesn't impact.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the gallery wish to be heard on this application? Anybody online? Raise your virtual hand.
Our data center utilities just.
Okay,
Is there any questions about what?
let's finish with public comment. I know that Commissioner Kay had a question. I think there might be some other ones in response, so let's do that and then we'll do, Mr. Evans wishes to opine on it, he's heard can. Paul, you had a comment or a question that you want to-
Well, yes, just to take advantage of his expertise. Assuming that what he cited, which was a 500% increase in water going into wetland 3, I'm asking the question, when you suggested you've considered a swale, is there any other remedy, like can you put a pipe under the wall going from, I'm just thinking, I mean, of course, it's pie in the sky, but are there other engineering answers to relieving that wetland, assuming there's a need to relieve it without going into his yard?
We could, I mean, there could be a outlet structure put into that wetland to drain it, but typically we don't try to drain wetlands.
Right, it's the town. I mean, it would be going out to the street, so you have to go on the property and go
Yeah.
underneath.
Has there been a site walk on, by this commission on our property?
Pardon?
Has there been a site walk
We generally don't do organized sidewalks. It's very hard to coordinate, so the commission members go out on their own.
Okay, so have you visited?
I have,
So-
from the street, you know.
Yeah, well, you can see it from the street. There's the stone wall that's along the property
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
I mean, we could alter that stone wall to allow water to get out at a lower elevation to get into the inlet.
well, I was just thinking that stone wall goes down 18 inches, 2 feet, you know, could you, I don't, okay, so it doesn't warrant a lot of discussion at this time. I don't want to take time, but
Mhm.
I was just.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, okay,
The
thank you.
water ponds there now, we don't really generally try to change the hydraulics too significantly of a wetland by putting pipes out of them.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, Mr. Davison?
Yeah, hi, everybody.
Do
Yeah, can
you
you hear
have any you'd like to add, comments you'd like to make that, or any light that might illuminate some of the questions or discrepancies that we've identified tonight?
Back to the earlier discussion about the drainage report. Yeah, they did answer my question or concern mostly about wetland one, the larger wetland. Mr. Snarsky identified some potential vernal pools and provided some data on the impacts of the hydro period of the wetland, which is what would be most concerning. Assuming Jeff Jacobson agrees with those findings, I'm comfortable with that. I was less concerned about the roadway wetlands, the two wetlands by the street, because just based on their characteristics and proximity to houses and roads, minor changes in hydrology to those wetlands in my eyes are not going to be significant. But again, some of this plays into what the person in the audience brought up was about impacts to wetlands, particularly wetland wildlife. There's a little bit of a deficit here in the data. Unfortunately, we didn't get any information from the applicant about what actually uses the wetlands in terms of wetland dependent species, particularly things like vernal pool species. So we're speculating a bit based on the landscape character and the character of the wetlands. I think Mr. Snarsky's limited information that he provided indicated, and I wouldn't argue that, you know, the wetlands are in a relatively developed landscape and probably don't support a lot in the way of wetland dependent wildlife. Most of the species that the audience member mentioned aren't really wetland dependent species, but you know, she's absolutely correct, you know, that some of these impacts to wildlife are real, they're unavoidable, and unfortunately the wetland commissions don't regulate most of it. But yeah, the drainage issues that were discussed most of the evening, to me, are more structural in nature, more engineering in nature, other than the confirmation from Jeff Jacobson about wetland one's hydrology not being altered. The rest of the discussion on the impacts to the hydrology of the two street side wetlands 2 and 3, to me, are more of an engineering issue, rather than what you guys would classify as an adverse impact to the wetlands, either their physical or biological characteristics.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else found chance? Okay, anybody else from the commission? Staff?
No.
Okay, then I will move that we continue with the consistent with the letter from the applicant, that we continue this public hearing until our next regularly scheduled. Mr. Chair, could I just comment on one thing, please?
As I was here, maybe Attorney Wilson with the next one. There were some comments tonight about species. You're probably well aware of this, but there was a case some years ago where the commission denied an application because there were going to be vernal pools and obligate species related to those vernal pools were going to be harmed by travel over the roads. And it was denied for that reason. The Connecticut Supreme Court reversed and said that the commission doesn't have any jurisdiction over the species themselves. The legislature then amended the act and did essentially a balancing act. that says, in fact, the species, harm to the species outside of the wetlands or harm to their habitat that can be outside of the wetlands does fall with your jurisdiction, but only if the activity involves a direct impact to the wetlands itself. So if you found that there was something here that was going to have a direct impact to the wetlands, then an impact on a species on the road would be something you could consider. But if there isn't a basis to find that there's an actual direct impact to the wetland itself, then you cannot. So I just wanted to mention that from some of the testimony that you heard tonight, that there's a limitation on what you can do with species.
Thank you. You're welcome. Elizabeth, did you have a question about that? You see,
Makes no sense whatsoever.
in terms of the legislature doing that, or in terms of his explanation, because those are two very different things.
I hope it's the legislature giving you a hard time too.
Okay, very good. So your question has to do with more with why would the legislature do such a thing than
So
to,
stupid.
did they do it? Understood.
I just have one question for council. Is this whole issue of water diversions, water overflowing to other properties, in a development like this, is that really more, are those elements really under the jurisdiction of planning and zoning?
Yes, I think your chair stated it very well, and gave the commenter an opportunity that this needs to get tied into something that has an adverse impact to the wetlands. So things like managing water for the purposes of offsite impacts, that typically is something that's managed by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and not your commission. Your focus is on making sure that their activity is happening. Like if there was an increase of water that would then cause some kind of an adverse impact somehow to the wetlands, or a decrease in water, then that's something that would be within your jurisdiction. But the fact that something might drain onto a neighboring property in and of itself is not.
Right, but there's increase in flow, like one of the gentlemen whose property is coming through the stone wall and going up. That's really a subject of planning and zoning.
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? All right, so I've made a motion to continue. Thank you very much. We have a second. Any discussion on the motion to continue? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll continue to the next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to. Oh, there's a new message here.
I would never represented something.
Well, I mean, it was Supreme Court said that's going to give anything. The legislature so you fill the part of this. Then you get the jurisdictional balance.
Yes.
Recess.
No, before we, okay, just so everyone's good,
Or is Sheffield next, or is?
let's see, what we have next is bond. So you need a recess?
No, I was just asking if.
No, just let everybody clear out. Okay, all right, everybody.
Time left.
Now. No, I'm okay. Okay, we're gonna get back on track here, now that everyone who has needs to leave has left. We are moving on to the public hearing, 24-002, Baki, application to conduct a regulated activity at what has been rechristened 33 Ridge Drive North, map 53, lot 20, regarding the deposit of fill and construction of a 2,855 GFA 4-bedroom dwelling, a 349 square foot deck, a 768 square foot detached garage, a 120-foot shed, driveway, walkway, septic system, and selected tree removal within the 100-foot upland review area. This used to be known as Zero Ridge Drive, but I think that they just got their address assignment recently, so now it's 33, so you can see that around. That is what happened. We have the applicant, James Botti, the agent, Joe Wren, professional engineer. We are to open the public hearing, which I'm doing now, and to your close no later than 2/19/24. Mr. Wren.
So we can see it.
Can't, unfortunately. I have to speak to the commission. They're asking if I can move
We
the
just want to
board,
see it.
so. is there a-
Unfortunately, there's not much we can sort of do on this.
Is there any way that you can actually zoom in the camera and put it on the screen so we can actually see what he speaks to it?
I have no idea.
You can share the screen with our PDF version that is on.
If you go to the Town of Old Saybrook website on your phone, you can pull it up as the documents. But short of that, you're welcome to fool around here, but I don't really know. So that's what I can do here.
Sorry, folks.
We don't bite.
I went the wrong way.
Okay, Mr. Rapp.
Thank you. For the record, Joe Wren, professional engineer of Indigo in Old Saybrook. We were here last month, if you recall, and we reviewed the application. As you recall, you had requested ordinance 71 fees, so your wetland consultant reviewed the plan, your engineer reviewed the plan, and also requested a public hearing due to the proximity of what's entitled a reservoir, but it's not a drinking water reservoir, it's a lake. The history, the lore, the way I understand it, it was originally created as a reservoir to feed water to the steam trains at the train stations. So this is, I'm gonna pass, I just printed two of these, but I'll pass them around. This is basically just the GIS, and it shows the still Point Kowski property, the 125 acres that we all know, around Ovid Heights Reservoir, and it shows in blue, it shows this lot. This lot is the last remaining undeveloped building lot that's waterfront. Pass those around to show you. It's a lot of record. It meets all the zoning requirements. We did soil testing. There's nothing to say that the lot cannot be developed. So it will be developed now or in the future in some manner. So working with the applicant, we were as creative as we could be to get everything as far away from the water body as possible. So starting with that, before that, just a matter of housekeeping. Like I mentioned, it's public hearing, so we did post a sign on the property. We did provide 2 photos to town staff, so you have that in your record. And the mailings that were required also. The location is on Ridge Drive North, up in the top left of the plan. We have the site location very specifically with the lot outlined. You can see the reservoir and the location of the lot for your information. As I mentioned, it's a building lot of record, and we did soil testing. The updated plans, so we have revision 1, which we had emailed to you, which you should have. And as far as paper copies, I'm going to pass these around. Changes are very, very minor. What we did also, because we got Jeff Jacobson's comments, so we revised the plan for his comments. And we did that, so he gave us a clean letter that we'll discuss momentarily. But then Mr. Brogy, your wetland scientist, gave us comments subsequent to that. So then we made another final edit to the plan based on his comments. So try not to be confusing, but in these packets, you will find, and all this was provided to the town, But you will find a letter from Wilcox Street, you will find responses to Jacobson's comments and Martin Brogy's comments. The revision 1 plan that I just discussed, and then the revision 2 plan, which is just a single plan, is the one closest to the top. And again, the reason for the revisions are based on comments received through the ordinance 71.
Would these plans, these passing out now, have they been uploaded or no?
They should be on the website, yeah.
So I see
So-
revision 1.
Revision 1 was probably uploaded, and revision 2, it's just, we just received comments, we just provided
Okay.
a plan, so you're getting a
Gotcha, so this one is
You're
not
getting a-
uploaded.
paper copy now.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
great.
brand new. Okay.
Thank you.
I
Is this the
believe,
new one?
um,
Yes, thank you.
yeah, I believe, Lynette does not have the email version of revision 2 because it's off for us.
That's fine, I just wanted to make sure I was following along.
Will you send that to us, please?
Of course. Yep. Again, it's very, any changes were very, very minor. Even the change in revision 1 were pretty minor, but they were more than revision 2. Revision 2 was even more minor than that. So the existing condition, many of you may know it or you've driven by it. It's a lot of record. It's 100% forested all the way down the Snarsky Ridge flag the wetlands. On my plan here, we outlined the edge of the water based off the survey map. In the green, we highlighted the flag wetlands. You can see the gray shade that is the inland wetland fringe along the water body. And then on this plan highlighted in pink, that is the 100-foot review area. If you look closely at the plan, there's also a zoning setback line that goes right through here. It's 50 feet from the, not from the street, but from the property line. So in order to be conforming to zoning, we can't be westward of that line. You can see that the house, the northwest corner of the house, or southwest, if you prefer, is right on that setback. So the house is as far west as it possibly can go. So modestly, the house itself is a modestly sized home. The reason of the 2,800 or so that Chairman read into the record is because the basement is a walkout, so the basement counts towards floor area as well, so we have to report it that way. Garage is a 2-car garage located in this area, obviously convenient with the driveway. You can see with this plan, we were able to get the paved driveway completely outside of the 100-foot review area. The lot slopes from the street to the east down toward the water. So along the water, the elevation is approximately 69, elevation 69. And at the road, obviously it varies, but it's approximately 96, 97. So there's almost a 30-foot change in elevation across the lot. So that, with that grading, obviously we have to be creative in how we grade the site. Obviously, a driveway has to function with the garage, and the house and the yard have to function, everything all has to function together. You have to be able to drive in and out of the property to access your house and your garage. The entrance to the driveway is fairly close to that. There's a high point about at the center here. We chose this location close to that high point in the road for the driveway location, so we come in parallel to the contour and not go directly down the slope and create a steeper driveway. So we started here at the lower elevation, came in relatively mild slope, and then placed the garage, and then all the fill is what's necessary. This grading is what's necessary to support the garage and the driveway. Then the connection with the house, obviously that has to sit here. The house has to be level. Going in this direction, there's change in elevation, so then we have the fill around the outside. The fill, the septic system and the underground drainage galleries that Jacobson requested all are placed in this area, and everything, you can see everything is fairly compact and as far west as possible. And what that allows us to do is to save as much forest in here as feasibly possible. The backyard here is outside of the 100-foot review area. If you recall on the original plan, the shed was closer to the water body. Based on Jacobson's comments and discussion with the owner, that has since been relocated outside of the 100-foot review area. It's a small shed. The intent was to put a kayak or two in there, so it was close proximity to the water body, but the owner agreed to move it outside of the 100-foot. The septic system obviously needs to be downhill the house to flow by gravity. We did do 4 test pits on this with the health district and the soil scientist. We did 2 test pits down lower contours, and then we did 2 test pits on upper contours. Based on those soil results and modeling elevations, the soil is similar, no doubt. But the soil on the lower contour elevations, we have it all listed here on sheet number 2, was, like I said, similar, but it was better. The groundwater elevations, the seasonal groundwater elevations were lower on the lower contours, higher on the upper contours. So this is a better area for the septic system. In Martin Brogy's letter, he agrees that the soil in the septic area is suitable for septic systems and is a well-drained type of soil. According to the public health code, we have to be at least 50 feet away from an open water course with a septic system. The only septic that we're proposing is this row and the tank. The tank is outside of the 100-foot review area. The leaching system being downhill of the house is inside that review area. It's in the location of the testing we did, which is a requirement of the health district. And it's well more than 50 feet from the water body and well more than 25 feet from the wetland, which is another requirement. We do show just down gradient of the primary area, we do show a reserve area. That reserve area is only to be used in the future. If the top one fails, they could find another location. In practice, what's done all the time, every day, we see it, is that the old system is taken out and replaced with a new system. But it's a requirement that we show a reserve area. So we showed a reserve area here. That reserve area also meets the requirements of the public health code. We do have Connecticut River Area Health District approval for the project. In Jacobson's comments, just get to those. Were there any extra packets?
Extra packets?
Yes, there are extra packets.
Thank you. Forgot to say one for myself. So Jacobson's last letter, if you have a copy of that, it says that the new plans that were provided to him, those were the revision 1 plans, resolved all of his comments, and he didn't have any outstanding comments. The last statement in his letter was just regarding the selective tree thing that we have, selective tree clearing and thing. Mr. Jason Wilcox from Wilcox Tree Experts, he's a licensed arborist. He's actually here with us tonight. And he could speak or answer any questions. In the packets I just sent you, there's another letter from Jason, and that's in there too, explaining what they will do. In Jacobson's comment, his comment was to for Mr. Wilcox, before he does the work, to meet with Lynette out at the site to say, our plan is, or flag it, whatever, our plan is to remove this, this and that, we're gonna remove that dead branch, we're gonna move this tree, that tree, whatever, and so, and then Lynette either agrees or disagrees, and they communicate on what should be removed and what shouldn't. And then after the work is done, Lynette would probably again check to confirm that everything was done in the proper manner. The other item that Jacobson mentioned in his letter, in that statement, was to leave the stumps in place, so that you're not disrupting the ground. And the trees that are selectively cleared, we talked to the property owner and he is fine with leaving those stumps in place. So everything in Jacobson's letters to this point has been resolved. There's nothing outstanding. Martin Brogy's letter, we had provided comments to his responses. You have it in your packet there, dated January 9th. Let's see. Yeah, you can see it says environmental review comments, Martin Brogy, and it starts with number 1. So if we can just go through, since there's still some outstanding with Mr. Brogy, if we can just go through these one by one, I think it would be cleanest to do that. So the first one deals with who flagged the wetlands, but we had submitted a copy of the survey for a file record copy, and it was on there, and it was also in the application. Your application asked the question, who flagged the wetlands and when? And that was filled in and completed on the wetlands application. That was Mr. Snarsky, and that was on April 23rd of last year. So that was throughout the application. Number 2, number 2 is regarding the shed and wetland flag number 7, which is up in the very far northeast corner of the property. Mr. Snarsky went out there to check that flag. He did move that one flag 6 feet up gradient. So your current plan, revision 2 that you have, shows that plan move, or shows that flag move 6 feet up gradient. And of course, the 100-foot review area corresponds to that. But as you can see over in this northeast corner, now that the shed has been relocated, there's really no work in that area of wetland flag 7. All of that area, the 100-foot review area in that location is fully preserved. The third comment was a statement only. We had said in our response that we concur that the soils in the vicinity of the proposed septic system are conducive to septic systems and drainage. Based on soil testing on site, the soil conditions on the lower contours were more suitable than the upper contours, as I discussed previously. Number 4 was also a statement only. We had said we agree that the selected septic leaching system, which is a geomatrix GST system, which is just sand and stone, earth products, offers superior capacity and water quality renovation over traditional leaching system types. That was taken right from Martin's letter. He did say that it provides superior surface area for the function of the septic system, and agreed with that type of system. Number 5, our response was the well draining soil conditions at the location are optimal for on-site subsurface sewage disposal system. We have selected the GST system specifically as mentioned in number 4 above. The proposed septic system location was chosen for many reasons. A, its proximity to on-site soil testing. So we have deep test pit in this area, we have a perk test in this area, we have another test pit on this side, and we have another test pit here. The 4th one is over in this location, but those 3 are right in that area, and we also have percolation test there too. The health code and the health district require that we have soil test, on-site soil testing within the septic system area, which we do, and subsequently approved. B, it's ground elevation down gradient of the house. Obviously, if we have it up here, somewhere above that pink line, you generally would have to rely on a pump system out of the septic tank to get it to the leaching system. And that's not, obviously, whenever we avoid a pump or anything electrical or mechanical to afford the viability of the septic system, we try to avoid that. A lot of cases it's not avoidable. In this case, it is avoidable, and that's the route that we chose. C, it's conforming distance away from the wetlands and the water course. As mentioned before, per the Connecticut Public Health Code, we have to be 50 feet away from the open water to the leaching system. And we have to be 25 feet away from the wetlands. You can see, we've dimensioned on this plan, the closest area of clearing to the wetland line is 32 feet. So we exceed both of those minimum requirements, which are required by the health code, and again, subsequently approved by the health district. We go on to say, let's see, location chosen exceeds the requirements of the public health code. The reservoir is not a drinking water supply. As mentioned previously, in the last statement in comment number 5 was, is our understanding that the state of Connecticut does not recognize, so Martin Brogan, his letter, asked about an alternative treatment unit, which really very few are allowed. And if it is a site that absolutely requires it, it's something that you need an individual permit through DEP. I don't believe that there's one in the whole town of Saybrook. Any shoreline towns, I've been doing this for 20 years. We know our WPCA issues that we've had with water proximity lots. Those were supposed to be for alternative treatment systems. In the 25 years of that program, they still have not been approved by the Department of Public Health in the state of Connecticut. So although they are allowed in some other states, they are not specifically approvable. We have good soil conditions here. There's no reason to use an alternative system. And I don't even believe one would be approved here because we could get a traditional on-site sewage disposal system, which we have proven. Those require an extreme amount of energy and power and maintenance. And it's just not, we work on 3,000 square foot lots right on, right on Long Island Sound here, with not a lot of room to work. And we still get traditional systems to work and they perform just fine. So to require that on this lot is just not appropriate. And there would be no benefit. Number 6, our response was, and we mentioned this earlier, the house is positioned as far west as possible due to the front yard setback, which I have since highlighted in yellow. So the house as far west, you can see the majority of the house footprint is outside of the 100-foot review area. The majority of the garage with the driveway that's required is outside, is within the 100-foot review area on that upper fringe. But because of the driveway here and that front setback line, it's as far west as that can go as well. Shifting the house a bit north does not provide any significant benefit. We took the house and moved it this way. Doesn't really provide significant benefit. We still have the wetland line. We still have the 100-foot review area in that location. The driveway is also as far west as possible. We mentioned this a couple of times, right? You can see with the highlighted pink line, we're just about 100% completely out of that review area with this plan. Due to the necessary fill, rotating the garage will not, Martin just mentioned this in his letter, rotating the garage will not provide much benefit because we still will need the fill slope to make the garage work. The garage is 8 feet longer, it's 24 by 32 than it is wide. So if the doors are on this side, so if it turned, the doors wouldn't be able to stay on that side. It would have to change, but you would save 8 feet in this area, but you would still need to fill to support the slab of that garage. The location of the proposed shed has been reconsidered as an alternative, as Mr. Dickinson said in his letter. It was previously down in this location and there was clearing associated with that 10 by 12 shed. That shed, as mentioned earlier, has been relocated to this point here, as recommended by Jacobson, and it's outside the 100-foot review area. Numerous site layouts were evaluated. This has been probably over a year with Mr. Body. We've talked about different building footprints, different locations, different positions and orientations. And this, we felt, just pushes everything as far west as possible. It's not a large McMansion house. Again, that 2850 is just because we have to include the basement in those numbers as well. You can see on this little building gross floor area schedule that we have here. The basement adds 1,200 square feet to that. So the first floor is, for the living space, is 1,200 square feet. The half story above that, the second floor, is 455. So it's really a 1,655 square foot house with a walkout basement. And then the garage is on there too, at 768. That's just simply the 24 by 32. And then, of course, we have the shed at 120 square feet. Number 7 gets into the selective clearing and the tree thinning down in this area. Here, we have the note located here. We provided a letter to you from Jason Wilcox. He's here. I don't know if he was expecting to say a few words, but if you would like him to, he can, or you could simply ask questions to him if you would like to. But you do have a letter, and at least one letter in your file from him. The response says, please refer to the letter from Jason Wilcox, arborist and owner of Wilcox Tree Experts, that has been added to the application file and attached. This letter adds some clarification and detail of the proposed work. We are not aware of a plan to remove any stumps, but will confirm with the owner and the arborist. I said this early on in the presentation that we have since confirmed with the owner, and the stumps will be left in place per Martin and Jeff Jacobson's letters. Lastly, the last comment was about conservation easements, and our response is that the owner can certainly install tree tags that Lynette has in the office along the clearing limits, so there's no future encroachment by the current owner or any future owner. So they know that, but asking someone to put conservation easement on their own property without any such requirement in the regulations, we feel is just not necessary at all. Anything within this area, once this is built, anything inside of that pink line is regulated by your board. So if Mr. Bobby wants to clear additional, if he wants to put another shed, he has to come in front of you, ask permission. If not, he's in violation of his permit, and then enforcement action could be taken. He's probably, if it was desired by the board, he probably would be willing to put a conservation area over the wetland itself. But he does, obviously, anyone that lives on the lake, when you buy a property to be waterfront and pay for that property, you want the ability to access water. You buy a beachfront property, you want to access the water. If you buy a riverfront property, you want to access the water. So nothing that could be done here, Mr. Body would never want something done to prevent him from taking his kayak on his own property and accessing the body of water. Everybody has that. You could see in that aerial that I passed around, this one here, that there are a few properties on the eastern side of the reservoir that are already built out. And they all have lawns and full access right down to the reservoir. That's on the eastern side of the reservoir. This plan is preserving a significant amount of buffer area and the wetlands. And by having the licensed arborist on board and doing that selective tree thinning will enhance the woods, the forest that's there now. So this is not the only house on the reservoir. There are only a handful, but it's not the only one. It is a building lot. The majority of, again, with this aerial, the majority of the perimeter of the lake is presently all wooded. That property has been for sale for several years. Who knows what will happen to it if it goes into open space at some point, if it's developed, but of course, all of any future plans would have to come in front of you, and that has nothing really to do with this application, other than a lot of the perimeter of that reservoir is already wooded now, with no additional new building lots around that lake or existing building lots. So, we already mentioned health, feasible and prudent alternatives. So Jacobson mentioned this in his letter, and he has since been satisfied. One thing that Jacobson had said about prudent alternatives was to remove the shed or relocate the shed, which we did, and Jacobson was satisfied by that, and has no outstanding comments.
Thank you.
As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, we looked at a ton of different layouts on this property, given the grades and the street and the setback lines. This was the best, most feasible and prudent alternative that we could do. One last thing that I wanted to mention is the roof drainage, and this was in response to one of the comments from the town engineer. So all of the water from the house roof and from the garage roof and from the footing drains at the house all go to an underground gallery system right here. And that is designed to handle a minimum of 1.3 inches of runoff, which is the current DEP recommendation within this area, stored underground in this area, and then slowly percolate into the underlying soil. So with that, Jason, did you want to say a couple words?
We reviewed a lot and there's a lot of old wooded lot, and there's a lot of, tree damage and dead material from miscellaneous storms over all these years. There's hazardous material, so, there needs to be some selective tree removal for the house and for the safety of the area, and anything of any, health and value we're gonna be left and. Yeah.
One Jason Wilcox is a licensed arborist, just for the record. One point of clarification is Jacobson, or I think Martin Brogy, someone had mentioned in one of the letters, because in Jason's original letter, let's just go back with that, he had said that there were some trees that were either in the water or about to fall
There's a
into
few
the
that are
water.
about to fall in the water.
So in one of the letters, it was recommended that those trees not be taken. Because once they fall into the water, or if they're in the water, they provide habitat along the water edge. And the latest letter, I think that's removed from there, right?
Yeah.
So we're not taking anything that's either in the water or in danger of falling into the water. So based on comments, that was edited in the letter as
The
well.
letter questioned what was a hazardous tree. Maybe you could explain what a hazardous tree is.
Jason has experience in that.
Hazardous tree, hazardous branch, there's trees that are partially cracked at weak unions at the bottom of the trunk that are potentially gonna fall. So it's, that kind of material, or something, a big heavy branch that's dead and could fall and hit someone, and, that's the hazardous stuff.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
So with that, that concludes what we have for presentation. So if you have any questions, we'll be happy to entertain.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll start as we do the last one with the kind of questions from the commission. Jay.
The comment was made that property owners want to have access to the lake or recreational purposes, anything else. So is he envisioning he wants to get put a ramp or a dock across?
No, and that would be, anything like that obviously would have to come in front of this commission. There's, what you see on this plan is what he's proposing right now. So, he's not proposing a dock or a ramp. We just mean he wants to be able to carry a kayak down and get it to the edge of the water and go rowing on the lake or fishing or whatever it might be. Take the grandkid down to the edge of the water and throw out a worm in a bottle. Those are the types of things that he wants to do. This is not a commercial activity. It's a small single family house with a detached garage. And as you can see clearly on this plan, I keep saying it, but it's important that everything is pushed to the west as far as possible.
With that said, why not take the garage and flip it the other dimension and move its front edge to the setback limit from the street?
Because we
That would
don't
get
have
most of-
room, we don't have room for the driveway at that.
Well, that
This area.
seems to me to be a more expansive driveway than would need to get to the garage per se. It looks more like a little parking lot.
Well, it provides an area for 2 cars to be parked there, visitors to be parked there, not without blocking the garage. It's actually smaller than usual because typically in a scenario like this, we want to provide a turnaround area so we can go out in a forward direction. And because of, again, feasible prudent alternatives, we selected to not have that additional asphalt and deal with what we have at that location. It's a 24 by 32 garage. This is the width that's necessary to get in and out of the garage safely, and then it just provides 2 other guest parking spaces there that are not in front of the garage.
Is the setback requirement of the driveway surface as
No.
well as, no? So why couldn't it be moved? You could even keep that size, but move it closer to the street. And then put the garage where the large driveway area is now.
Well, the issue with that is we have to, and this was in Jacobson's comments, he wants us to drain the driveway in the westerly direction, which we have. This plan accomplishes that. The driveway is pitched in that direction, and then there's a swale that I didn't mention earlier. There's a swale along this edge of the driveway that goes along that side of the house, and then there's a level spreader. It's a stone check dam here that he also recommended, even though it's a very small watershed area. But he recommended a level spreader, which we added and resolved his comment there. So we need to be able to accommodate that swale. If we push this driveway further into the hill, we're gonna have less opportunity for that swale. And we have the underground galleries and we have this fill down in this area too. So, even if something did shift by 6 or 8 feet, we already have 44 feet here to the wetlands, which provides a nice overland buffer, and then it widens out to the 100 feet on the edges. Adding another 5 or 6 or 7 feet, I would question the benefit of that.
Anything further from the commission?
Are there any, this is on the east side of the road, between the road and the Old Pond. Are there any other developed built houses on the east side?
This plan that we have, that we provided to you,
Yeah.
and as I mentioned earlier, on the west side of the reservoir, this would be the only house.
The only one, and everything else on the road, like these are existing properties up here.
Yes, this is densely developed residential development uphill of all this
Okay.
on the west side of Ridge Drive. Now, to the south, you'll see some clearing and so forth. On the south, this is all the Point House property. I think it's under a different name now, since Carl passed away several years ago. But down here,
That's
there's
the property right here.
the blue outline is the subject property.
Right, and it's.
The property that I'm talking about is just south of that. Yes, there is like a little community area there. I don't know who exactly has the rights to that.
I'm the president of the association of that community area.
Thank you.
But other than that community area, there's no residential development in that.
Nope, well, on the east side of the reservoir, you can see,
Okay,
as I pointed out earlier, right here on the east side, all these are single family lots. There's 6 or 7 of them, maybe 5 or 6.
but this property here is like that.
That property that you're pointing to is the community association
Right,
property that
okay.
has a little beach and they have access to the water. And so forth. That's generally for people who don't have waterfront and want access to recreate on the lake like this owner would like to do as well.
Questions from the commissioners? Alex, any questions?
No, sir, I gotta head out.
Got an early morning.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so that means we'll sit with Alex instead. Jay will sit you for voting purposes.
Pardon me?
Alex had to leave, so we need, you'll be seated for the remainder of the meeting.
For this application,
Yeah, yes, for the remainder of the meeting. So
later in the meeting, okay, got it.
Yeah, the remain seated, can't stand.
Stay seated. Okay. So
I
that,
have a question for everybody else is done.
Good.
I'm sorry if you already addressed this, but,
Mhm.
selective thinning in this area. Did you specify where that was gonna be? Like, what area does that refer to?
So with these leaders and the dots that.
Yep.
And the other descriptions in the application that we provided, it's the remaining wooded area within the 100-foot buffer.
So that would be the entire upland review area that's wooded on the property,
That
correct?
remains to be wooded, yes.
Okay, but not within the wetland itself.
Not, well, of course not. within the
Okay.
wetland.
Okay.
No tree removal in the wet.
I have a question about the thinning. When you say the thinning of the trees, do you mean removal of trees from ground level up, or do you also mean pruning of branches?
Well, the selective removal is removing dead or hazardous trees or invasive trees and leaving the nicer, more established, healthy trees.
Okay.
And then there also is pruning dead branches and, things like that.
Jason is very cooperative and he will spray paint or flag things that he feels that should be removed or review that with Lynette detailed in the field. And provide a day of the work when it's scheduled to Lynette as well. So she can observe it while the work's occurring, before, during, after the work is completed. And Jason's committed to doing that, doing it the right way.
I do have a question, Jim. Can you give a general percentage, if you were to guess, when you're talking about thinning, is it 10%, 50%?
Yeah, I would say,
Is it- are there
15 to 20%.
Are there parts of the
Not
property?
talking about where the actual house, driveway and everything else is going.
But when you're talking about, damage and older and this and that, are there areas where it might be more concentrated? That might be.
There might, we probably need to meet and review it there, it would be the best way. But I'm sure there probably are some areas that are a little bit worse. There are trees that are literally about to fall apart that have to be removed. There are branches that are hung up in other trees and, it's a building lot that's been left for ages and natural storms have done natural damage. But there are some very nice trees that will be staying and.
There's no clear cutting proposed, and I tried to be very clear with that in the application. This is a tree line, so that will still be the tree canopy line in that area. And as Lynette just clarified, anything between that tree line and the flagged wetland line is the area where Jason will be working.
Okay. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, hearing none, okay, yes, we'll move to the gallery here. Yes,
Okay.
certainly. If you want to identify yourself, then go ahead.
My name's Carolyn Lyle. I'm a resident of Saybrook. I sent you a letter that you got probably yesterday. And I'm also the chair of the SOS Trees, which is a community foundation organization. We're over a year old and we support building Old Saybrook tree canopy. I'm also the chair of the new reconstituted tree committee for Old Saybrook. So I reviewed the application. Anytime I see on the agenda selective tree trimming, I get heartburn because we have really low canopy in this town. We are losing a lot of trees. We have a net loss of trees. And as you know, trees absorb carbon, they soak up groundwater, they take over stormwater, they degrade soil, they exacerbate erosion, and they leave local neighborhoods and towns vulnerable to extreme climate hazards that are pointed out in our hazard mitigation plan. So, but I was glad to hear that the response to Jacobson engineering report. The one I saw online a couple days ago was December 31st, 2024. So a lot of sort of what you said, I was glad to hear, especially getting Lynette involved in determining what trees come down. We don't want to lose mature trees. We don't want to lose healthy trees that are 20 years old. They remove carbon as if one car drove 87,000 miles. So we really need to, so I'm really glad to hear that. But I did want to point out his comment with regards to removal of dead and hazardous trees. He said there should be more clarification of that, and the commission member brought that up. He did say that there may be an obvious temptation to clear trees to provide a better view of the reservoir. So therefore, the commission should consider maintaining some oversight in this regard by flagging trees in advance of their removal for approval by the commission's wetland consultant. So I'm glad that that was addressed. We lose a lot of trees because everybody wants to see the water. And that's just a sort of a problem that we have. So I was glad to hear that. I was concerned about Mr. Brogy's letter. Now, the one I read was January 9th, 2025. And I was concerned that he talked about the proximity of the Obed Heights Reservoir suggests, in our opinion, a potential risk to surface water quality with regards to the septic tank. So are you confident now that the relocation of the septic tank is not going to do a potential risk to the surface water quality, which is the jurisdiction of the commission?
Correct. The jurisdiction that reviews and approves septic systems is the local health district, which is overseen by the Connecticut Department of Public Health. Department of Public Health has a section of the very large public health code that's technical standards for septic systems. This has been approved by the health district, which means that it meets or exceeds all the requirements of the public health code and those technical standards. So they tell us that if you have a septic system that's properly designed and you're more than 50 feet from a surface water, that it is not going to impact negatively that surface water.
So the feet, so it's 52 feet. Is that what you're saying now that septic tank is?
No, Carolyn, we have that distance?
The leaching field is 48 feet from the wetland.
Yeah.
And I believe about 70 plus or minus.
So the requirements are 25 feet from a wetland.
Okay.
Or 48 feet from a wetland. The requirement is 50 feet from this, and just this dimension on the plan right here. And that is to the reserve area, which we are not building, to the edge of the water is 57.7 feet. And then we have this extra distance here going to the actual to be installed leaching system that I've highlighted in yellow on this plan, which is even further up gradient. So that's more than 60 or 70 feet, 72-ish
72.
Away.
So we're almost 150% of what we're.
Good, because people want to kayak on the reservoir.
Right.
Or the kids. We don't want to
Oh, of
see
course.
surface water quality.
Of course, and
Yeah.
you know, on the east side, there are 6 or 7 houses that generally have lawns and, you know, maybe
Correct.
low buffers right down to the edge of the water, and they have septic systems that aren't, you know, as new as this or as, you know, up to health code as this one will be. So yes, we meet or exceed
Good.
all of the health code requirements.
And then the
I
other
have a question
thing,
about that. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask this, but have they, in those laws, do they consider the downward grade of the property as well with all those septic things? Because that's a very steep downward grade.
Of course, and that's a good question. I mean, usually when you're at the edge of the water, usually the water's the lowest point and everything goes down to it. If it was lower here, the water's gonna spill in generally. So yes, they do. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not a vertical slope. It's a moderate slope. I think we had that listed on our site plan, but it's
Right, but does it mean like usually with like when it's steeper, does it need to be farther away?
no, the strict requirement is 50 feet. They do have, like, if we were on like a 25% slope, then that's like an area of special concern. But we're in the 10 to 15% range down there where the septic is. So we're nowhere near the area of special concern, and that's 10 feet and 100 or 1 foot and 10 feet. So, the length of the stable comes up that, that's approximately the slope of the ground in that area. You can see the contours are further apart down in this area. Another reason why we chose this side, this location. The contours are steeper on this side, which they still meet the health code requirements, but we chose the area with the flatter contours on the northeastern section of the property.
Well, Mr. Brogy also says that the remaining area between the fill slope
Mhm.
and the wetland should be designated as a conservation, and I know you addressed that. But that is an indication that the fill could further cause encroachment or clearing. He mentions that to prevent further encroachment or clearing.
Well, the fill that's proposed there wouldn't cause further encroachment. That's if, Mr. Body wanted to break the law, or if he sold it, now or 50 years from now, someone else owned it. Anyone that owns this property in the future should be aware of all these applications. It's going to be in the street file. It's going to be permanent record of what's going on here. I mentioned before that he would, this area that's wooded, that's upland in that buffer area, he would prefer not to have a conservation easement on there. I think he might be okay with having conservation easement area along the wetlands, since, he can't really do anything in there anyways. But Lynette in the office has tree tags, like 4-inch diameter tree tags. And, that may be a good idea once this canopy line is established, according to this plan, that the tree tags be placed along there. So future people, future generations are aware that you can't do anything further or closer to the lake in that area. But if you do, it's all within this review zone, and it's a violation of this commission. So
Well, we need
that's
commitments for
that's
people not to
enforceable.
violate.
Well, yeah, Mr. Body is here, or he's right back there. So he's a real person. He's here. He wants to enjoy this property with his grandkids. He doesn't want to clear more than he needs to. He doesn't want to pay for clearing more than he needs to. Again, it's as compact as we can get it from an economical scale, but also from an environmental scale. That's why we got the arborists involved from day one. We knew this would be a sensitive area on the lake. The commission expressed that last month. We had Jason involved even before that. You could ask Mr. Body, one of the very first recommendations I had is we need to get Jason involved. Not just ABC Tree Clearing Company. We need someone that's a licensed arborist that understands trees, and he's not going to take down a healthy tree. In his letter, he mentions that he's going to remove trees to allow the healthy trees to live better and be full. So I think that's an important note too, because not only is he removing some stuff, but whatever he removes could make other things next to it better.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
Just have a, excuse me, a comment and a question. Comment is, there is a lot of unhealthy vegetation there. So I do agree with removing a good percentage of all that unhealthy vegetation that is there. It is actually choking a lot of the other healthy trees that are there. So I will say that.
Thank you.
The second thing I'll mention, or should I say I'm questioning, is the driveway where it starts. My property, which is on the other side of this, I'm Eric Garvey, by the way, sorry I didn't identify myself, forgive me.
30.
I'm 32 Ridge Drive North.
Labeled on the plan here.
Correct. Where that driveway starts, one of my concerns is water runoff from my particular driveway. Not trying to say that it runs down, and then runs down, and then runs, in there. So when I measured 100 feet, if I got the plans accurate, it almost appears that there's about 3 feet of my driveway that then would touch almost that driveway if the water continued downward.
So we looked at that, and that was a question that I reviewed with the property owner.
Is there any way, sorry, can I add one more thing?
Yeah.
Sure. I don't want to have a problem dialogue back and forth, I apologize. Is it because of setbacks as to where the driveway is placed, meaning can it move further, I don't know the direction, north, south, east, west.
South is down.
Correct. Is there a way to have it move a little bit south for that not to be incorrect?
So we looked at that in the field, and some of our concern was there's another large driveway here.
Oh, that'd be neat.
Yeah, that'd be neat.
So there's a steep driveway on her property.
That would be
The
good.
S curve, that'd be.
So we see that one coming downhill.
Sure does.
It's pretty wide at the end, and we were concerned about that runoff. Originally, Mr. Body was thinking about having this driveway over here across from yours. But for different reasons, again, to get this start at the lower elevation so that we can prevent as much spill as possible, not start at the higher. As this road goes up, it comes to a high point and starts to kind of level off and then go down in that northerly direction past approximately this point. So by having it enter here, we're down at a lower elevation. So that brings us in at a mild grade, and it keeps the elevation of that driveway and that garage down. Now you can see this is a fill slope, but if we started at a higher elevation, we would need more fill to get to that proper.
Well, I'm not asking for a higher elevation. I was actually wondering. So if you actually, I'm sure you've reviewed the site. So then if you look at actually my particular driveway on both sides, it's almost like I have channels that water could actually flow down. And all I was mentioning, and it's probably to the benefit of the owner, Mr. Body, if possible, to have that driveway slightly move a little bit down. Or in the beginning, maybe have it not as wide. That was just my.
So what I was getting to for both driveways is that there is a noticeable crown on the road out there. So if you look at the road, it's higher at the center line, might only be a few inches, but that's all it takes. And then as you go toward the edges, it gets lower. So when I looked at that, when these driveways come down from the west side, they get into the gutter of the street. So Carducci property, I don't know your first name yet, it's not on.
I'm Logan, that's Cousin Anthony.
Logan, okay. So as that driveway comes down, the runoff comes down, it's going to get into what we call the gutter of the road and stay on that side of the road and go down toward the drainage catch basin or culvert, whatever it might be. For your property, it comes down, and yes, I did note the channels because you're coming off the hill down along the edge of the driveway. But same thing, you have that crown in the road, so the water really, unless it's, it's something like North Carolina had where it's just a big deluge of water. Generally, most rainstorms, as it comes down, it's designed to stay along that western side of the road in the gutter and not go across the road. So I understand your concern of your water going across into his driveway.
Well, then crossing the driveway, then obviously down into the.
The slope.
Wetlands and soil and all that.
Right, so right now, if you follow, the next time it rains, and it's supposed to rain this weekend, if you watch the runoff up your driveway, my bet is that it stays along that western side of the road. It gets to the road, all down your driveway, gets to the road, then it stays along that western edge and follows the gutter until it gets to some sort of catch basin.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Logan Carducci. I live at 34 Ridge Drive North. My husband Anthony is in the audience. I just have a brief question. I think you've answered most of my questions. I am the one with the crazy S-curve driveway. We've had a lot of issues with erosion. We've had to do we had to put in riprap and a lot of plumbing, and then we only built about 5 years ago. And the water is certainly an issue. So I do appreciate that you looked at the fact that our water kind of comes down like a waterfall rushing down. And certainly if you had put the driveway there, it would have kept going directly into the reservoir. I guess my big concern was looking at the construction time. It looks like, and welcome Mr. Body to the neighborhood. I should have started with that. I am also on the board of the Reservoir Beach Improvement Association, as well as Jess, who is here today. So and Kiana. And I want to check on the construction because it said about 10 to 12 months. Just first, could you point to the construction access area? Because obviously this is a very old lot. We've all been actually really hoping someone would buy it and do something with it. So we are excited that someone did. But obviously a year worth of work. We're concerned about a lot of the construction. I built my own home and I was watching all the, vehicles, the gasoline, the debris from the construction, all the things that kind of come with it. And the reservoir is very close, as we can see. So can you just point to where that is?
So we actually have a construction entrance, which is labeled on the plan, and it's right there, right where the driveway is.
The driveway, okay.
Right, because that makes sense, we'll just reuse that. And then coming in at that location, and then we have this, what will become the final driveway, that will be the construction access area. When we have a plan like this and we're close to wetlands, we have to have what's called an erosion sedimentation control plan, which this has. So we have what's called silt fence, the black fabric fence that you see. Mr. Jacobson, the town engineer, asked us to add wings to that, perpendicular wings. So when we're running down a long way like this, if water and mud is flowing down here, we have a 10-foot long wing here. So it gets trapped there. And then it starts back at 0 and goes down to the next wing. So it just steps down. So it's not all rushing and accumulating to the low point and then blowing up the fence. So that's what we do. We have, I think, 4 of those 10-foot wings around the perimeter to control that. But along with that, we do have a stone construction entrance. We even have a detail for that on the plan. And as required with a plan like this, we have erosion and sedimentation control plan. So we have a narrative, we have a construction sequence, we have all notes, specifications that are required to be followed by the site contractor. When the site contractor is selected, they notify the town and say, hey, I'm the person in charge. So Lynette, if there's an issue or she needs to contact them, then she has that information. So all those notes are on here. The construction entrance is here. So it goes in a minimum of 25 feet off of the street, and potentially longer for this property, but a minimum of 25 feet, minimum of 12 feet in width, and it matches the pavement width. And what that allows is to generally clean any mud off of, not all of it, nothing's perfect, right? But the idea, it's called an anti-tracking path. So you're not going right into mud and right out of mud onto the street. So that will be there. Now the 10 to 12 months that we have to say in the application, that's for the project to be done, grass in and everything else. As you know from building, a lot of that time is drywall and painting and you selecting your countertop and all of that stuff. So that stuff takes time all the way through the construction process. So the actual open dirt part of it before it's grass, Jim, I know would like to start right away, right? So spring construction, maybe start March, April. That's a perfect time to start growing grass. So once this is established, one of the very first things that gets done is these grades get established. So you can build the structures accordingly. And once those grades are established, then you could establish grass growing on that. And as soon as the grass takes root and starts growing, then those areas become stabilized. The silt fence and everything will stay in until it's stabilized, and when that comes by and says, okay, yes, it's stable enough for the silt fence to be removed. And all those notes are on the plan as well. On these slopes, we increase this to a 4-on-1 slope. So this table's probably 5 feet long, so 1 foot over 4 feet. So it's a slope like that. The engineer asked us to put erosion control blanket down, if you're familiar with that, what that might be. But on all of these fill slopes, even though the requirement is for slopes 3 to 1 and steeper, we made this 4 to 1, but we included the blanket on that slope as well. So here we have a detail, and you can see the mat on the slope with the detail starting on the top overlapping. What that is, it's kind of like a hay mesh that degrades over time, and it allows the soil to stay while the grass is taking root, so that it doesn't erode until the grass gets done. So all those little details were taken care of, on the plan all the way through, which are typical requirements. If we didn't do a lot of this, we wouldn't get approval from the board, and that's why we have a board like this and an engineer review and a wetland review.
I appreciate that. Thank you. When my husband's nodding, so I knew that it was correct. When we built our house, we did the same. hay mesh down because we were having erosion problems. We actually started building in March and we were done in August with the main portion of it, but we did not put grass initially. And you pretty much answered my question. We didn't put the grass didn't grow for about a year, and we were just constantly eroding down the hill, because obviously we're uphill directly above, and it was just washing right into the road pretty constantly.
August, after August is until you get into the fall, very difficult to grow grass and establish grass anytime in the summer. You just have to constantly keep it watered, but the spring is perfect time. You can put it down in March or April, you have a good standing grass bed.
And this is gonna have a well, I'm assuming.
Yeah, there's no public water, so the well is here.
I just didn't see it on the plan.
Yeah, it's right there by the walkway, at the end of the driveway. This large circle is a 75-foot radius from the well, where we can't have the septic in, so that's why the tank is outside of that circle and the leaching system is outside of that circle. That is another reason why we can't really slide that septic system uphill, because we have to accommodate that radius for the well.
Thank you very much. I certainly don't understand any of that, but you had a really good explanation. Thank you. Not an engineer. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not an engineer. That was a lot. So thank you very much.
Any other questions or further explanations?
Quick question.
Sure.
I'm Conley Wilson. I'm at 30 Ridge Drive North. Can you just walk me through the process of like enforcement of all this? It's clearly a very detailed plan. What happens when there's a big rock where the septic system is supposed to go, and you know the person on site says, it'd be a lot easier to shift this down. How do we all know that kind of stuff doesn't happen?
This septic system, I know that's one example, but using that example, the septic system has to be installed where it is, otherwise it needs to go back to the health district for review. So if they came in and said, we can't build it here because of X, Y, and Z, then, you know, they would come back to us and we would find a different location for it.
And this all starts over again?
No, that would be more of like an administrative, unless we had to clear more for that, but we already did on-site testing. So we have a very good degree of confidence that that area doesn't have ledge. We already identified the level of the groundwater in that area. The soil didn't really have a lot of large boulders in it. Usually when there is a large boulder, unless it's like the size of this table, it's removed and it's backfilled with sand. And then the system put it.
And anything else? I guess just like, what is the oversight process?
So Lynette is the town wetland enforcement officer. Lynette has a process to, the very first thing that gets done on a project like this is the clearing limits get flagged by a licensed land surveyor. And then someone like Jason goes in and clears this portion, the buildable portion of the land. The site work guy would remove the stumps and so forth, but before all of that happens, that silt fence is placed there. It's placed there at least before the stumps come out, because as soon as you remove the stumps, then you loosen the soil, and then if you get rain on that soil, that's when it could cause sedimentation. So the silt fence is one of the very first things that happens after the trees are cleared, but before the stumps are removed. That's when that occurs. The silt fence is placed over up in this area. It's outside of the 100-foot review area, but we have a soil stockpile area. So if we had construction access here, any excavated materials, if they needed to be piled on site, like topsoil, we place there. It's more than 100 feet away from wetlands. It's surrounded in silt fence, but then there's silt fence around the site too. So we have basically 2 rows of silt fence.
And when you come to the site on a regular basis, what is that cadence look like?
No, not on a regular basis, just to make sure that, well, depending on what we end up deciding on for conditions, those are satisfied if we have to put, wetland flags or not, clearing flags up, or the silt fence, we'll make sure that's up. But it's also gotta go through zoning, so that's a whole process again for the building of the house. And building as well, building department. So there's a lot of oversight to a project.
And I think that Councilman, correct me if I'm wrong But if there were to be a significant alteration in plans that didn't go back when it should have, the applicant would be doing so at his peril. You know, it would be, if you build your house 20 feet from where you said you were gonna build your house, it would be awful expensive to tear that house down and to then go again and doing it. I think there was up in Essex where a guy built a seawall that violated his zoning permit, and they went all the way to the Supreme Court, and he spent, I think, $3 million to build the seawall and another $2 million to take it out afterwards. So there is a consequence for if they were to do something.
Yeah, we have notes on this plan too, that all the improvements and the tree line has to get staked out by a licensed surveyor. So a licensed surveyor will go out and stake all of these things in a specific location. If they, Mr. Valley is hearing you now, but he knows from us talking to him already. And the surveyor would come to us too, say, hey, they want us to move the house 10 feet. We're like, no, you can't do that. You have to put it right there. If they did want to shift the house 10 feet, then we would have to come back through this process for that change. If it was inside that pink line.
I know this is all about wetlands and preserving the wetlands, making sure that everything like along that, between that green and that blue line stays, the way it is. Being that the beach association is right next to, like, yeah.
This must be like a shed.
It must be a bucket.
That's a
Yeah,
shed.
probably shed up there, there is a whole, like, actual beach, and there's bathrooms there, there's a whole beach there. During the construction, there's gonna be kids running around and there's gonna be stuff everywhere, so I just wanna make sure that you guys are aware that there's gonna be lots of littles everywhere.
Not trespassing, just.
Part of the reason Mr. Valley is doing this is for his littles. His grand littles that are gonna come here and enjoy, and he could go walk down to the lake and throw a bobber and a worm out, with his grandkids, and go out for a kayak, spin on the kayak with the grandkids as well. So he understands that.
We have sand.
Yeah.
Come join.
Well, he's, he won't have the sandy beach, but of course, is this lot part of the association? Do you know that?
It is not.
It
It is
is
completely
It is
separate.
completely separate, but you can join us.
Yeah.
And I come to
We'll
it.
send you a packet. We lease from the Point House.
Yes, we-
So Beach Association.
Okay.
I didn't know this hadn't gone through this hasn't gone through zoning. Yeah.
It doesn't have to go through zoning commission. It
Oh,
goes
okay.
through an administrative zoning review because we meet all the zoning requirements.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions from the, I see we had a new question online, I'll get to that in a second.
One question, just
Yes,
about the, I'm Ryan Hanover, I live at 38 Ridge Drive North. When we were talking about the arborist and checking the trees out, and then we have our commission that does that. Not that I don't trust you, I don't know you, but who do we have on the Saybrook Commission that is kind of like a second opinion on the arborists? Do we have an arborist of our own that will be checking to make sure that his arborist, because he's being paid by Mr. Bodie, who of course wants the best view possible. But at the same time, how are we making sure that some trees that are very healthy are not being cut down just because their arborist says yes, but the town might say that's a perfectly healthy tree and you're calling it invasive, but it's not actually invasive because it's not doing anything else. We have lots of these around it, they're very healthy, and we don't need to cut it down. So who do we have that's going to make sure that is checked?
That's probably a better answer by on that. I mean, our process that we had recommended already is that Jason will go in and mark the stuff that he wants to remove, and then have Lynette then to agree with what he's marked to remove, and then they could have that collaboration in the field.
Right.
That's what we have discussed so far. I don't know if there's anything further than that.
Well, we have a tree warden, but that's really for trees on public property, not private property. That's something that gets handled privately. So, with this review process now, the applicant is a soil scientist to consult for the commission. I don't know if he's a tree expert. He's standing by waiting to say what he wants to say about this, but, he could certainly offer some advice in that area, I think.
To know.
I agree with him. I walked through there, there's some beautiful trees that
And
I would hate to see go.
but to know if cutting down will mess with the wetlands.
Okay, so is that the only other question of the gallery, in-person gallery? Then okay, then I guess we will transition to Mr. Roby, probably talking about the tree selection process. Well, I think had his hand raised. Didn't he?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Hello?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you a little bit. I'm trying to get my video working. But I guess that's not critical. Let me just turn my volume up a little bit so I can hear you guys. Okay. The first thing I wanted to mention is that I didn't hear anything about my January 14th letter by the applicant. I had written a follow-up letter in response to their responses to my January 9th letter, and I didn't hear anybody discuss it. I did send it out to the town and CC'd Indigo and Mr. Body on the evening of the 14th. Was that received?
So Martin, I did get your letter and I don't know why. I don't think it got emailed out to the commission members, didn't it? The January 14th dated letter?
January 14th. Didn't make a website,
No, I know, I saw that it didn't.
but we certainly will give the applicants, the opportunity to respond to letter. Probably not close to
So
public hearing.
I have a copy of it. I don't know why everybody else does not.
I did. I emailed it to the town as well as the applicants.
January 8th is the last one I see.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Okay, well, we can probably figure that out ahead of the next meeting, to get that cycled through. So maybe if you want to reserve your comments until after they've had a chance to review it, that's fine.
Here I am.
But I didn't know if you wanted to respond to the sort of the tree selection question or anything else you want to say tonight, but knowing that we don't have your letter in the file as.
Okay. In regard to the tree questions specifically, I would feel comfortable taking a look at whatever trees were marked and whatever plan that the arborist, came up with. I would be, very comfortable to look at that on behalf of the town and think I'm qualified. I don't think that would be a problem. I think in my letter, I do mention that we would want to see, or I would suggest seeing a very specific plan as far as what would be removed and why. And depending on what was removed, there might be some suggestions for some restoration, depending on how much, came down. But there is a lot of vegetation in there. There's a lot of good growth, good native vegetation between the wetland line and the water body itself. So I think there's sort of some natural screening in there. I guess it would sort of have to sort of wait and see, what they decide to take down and what it looks like. Once the clearing limits have been staked out, and then we look at what else needs to come out and sort of, proceed as needed on that. There are a couple of items that kind of popped up, in regard to my January 9th letter, that I wanted to mention. I have some questions for the applicant as well. First and foremost, Mr. Wren, you'd mentioned there's a walkout. I didn't really notice that on the plan. Based on the grades, it looks like the walkout would be under the deck. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And so the septic tank is on the north side of the house. There's filling up against that north side of the house such that, to my eye anyway, it doesn't look like there's going to be a frost wall required there. For a walkout, certainly you need I think it's a 4-foot frost wall for a walkout situation. But when you have fill up against a foundation wall of 3, 4, 5 feet like we have on the north wall, I'm assuming we don't need a frost wall there. Is that correct?
For walkout basement, you need a frost wall because the foundation of, or the footing of the foundation has to be at least 3.5 feet below grade.
That's correct. That's what I was just saying. On the walkout side, on the east side, we need a frost wall. But on the north side of the house, we've got fill up against the foundation. I asked you if there was going to be a frost wall there. I don't think we need one.
That'll be a full height wall. It's gonna be a walkout, a full basement with a walkout.
Correct. But the north wall will not have they'll have a regular footing there. In other words, the finished floor elevation, that slab will be poured just above a footing that supports the full basement wall, the 8-foot wall on the north side. Versus the east side where we have the walkout, there'll be the footing will be 4 feet below where you walk out.
Yeah, it may, as normal, it may step down with the grade to constantly maintain that 4 foot of cover.
Okay. All right. My question there goes back to the septic system alternatives. I understand that, you know, we did septic system test pits in the area where they were sort of planned east of the house. And I had mentioned in my letter that, you know, is there another more suitable location? Did another location get looked at? And I thought that the grades would work north of the house for a septic system. But in my January 14th letter, which you'll see soon, I indicate if there was a frost wall on that north side, then it might not be feasible because you'd have to put the pipe in lower, thus the tank lower and so forth. But without a frost wall on the north side, I think elevation wise and drainage wise, a septic system could in fact work on the north side of the house. And I'm just bringing that up. I don't know if you can talk to that at all, but maybe just look at it for next month. But that's what I was driving at. And again, we do understand that the septic leaching field is, you know, is greater than 50 feet from the edge of water, you know, as required. It does technically meet the public health code. And, you know, our goal here is to make, you know, these projects as minimally impactful on the wetlands and water bodies. And the further we can keep a septic system away from a surface water body in this case, especially without organic fringe wetlands on the border, which normally filter out some of the contaminants from septic systems, that you know, you just have sort of a raw exposed surface water body where the groundwater exfiltrates right to the surface water versus going through, like I say, an organic swamp first. You know, we want to keep, and in those well-drained soils that are very deep, you know, we want to keep the septic systems as far away as we can. So, and we didn't see plans showing alternatives. We heard some discussion, but I just want to make sure that we fully vet the possibility of moving that septic system up to the north side of the house as far away from the Obed Reservoir as possible. So that's just something that popped up for me. And without a frost wall there, I think it may be feasible.
So right now, with the well radius, or where the well is in its location, there's not enough distance between the well radius and the property line to get the septic system in there. Plus, as you go up in contours on this site, the soil gets less suitable. The septic system is located near test pit 102 and 104. And on the second sheet, if you look, we have modeling, which is evidence of seasonal high groundwater read by a soil scientist. 102, we have modeling at 45 inches. Test pit 104, we have modeling at 40 inches. The other two, 101 and 103, that are further up the slope. One of them mentions boulders under the topsoil, and that's not where the system is. But we have modeling at 37 inches at 101, and then 103, we have it at 29 inches. So the trend on this, by doing 4 test holes on this property, is as you go up slope, the seasonal high groundwater rises. And as that rises, we have to maintain a distance of a minimum of 18 inches above that seasonal high water table. So in that north area, if that trend continues, it will put our leaching system above the grade, which will require a pump to get to it. And we don't think that that is appropriate to force a pump system that could fail. It's a mechanical, electrical equipment. It could fail in the future. And we feel having it run by gravity to the point that we chose that exceeds the public health code by a lot, not by a little, is their appropriate location for the leaching system. The tank is outside the 100-foot review area. We have the GST leaching system in good soil. As you had mentioned in your letter, the soil is very suitable for a leaching system, and the GST is a superior leaching system product. for a residential application. So with all of that, we feel that it's appropriate where it's located on the plan.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure that you'd need to pump it north of the house. And I think it's worth taking a look at. And the modeling I find interesting actually in those well-drained sandy soils where there is no confining layer or clay or dense till below the substratum to actually perch any water to make it higher as you move up the hill. So I'd be curious to see what other test pits might bear out north of the house. That's just again.
Well, that was all done by with Robert Russo, who's a certified soil scientist, and he.
Sure, I work with Bob a lot. He's a great guy.
Yep, he read all of that, and we go by with what he says, and so does the health district.
Sure. So I don't know if it's just, we let my January 14th letter stand and we revisit it next month.
I'm
At
not
this
sure if
point.
there's many open items here. The 14th letter was basically a copy of the 9th letter with some updates based on some revisions that we made. The revisions that we made, Jacobson in his letter talked about prudent feasible alternatives, and he offered moving the shed as a prudent feasible alternative, which we did. So we accomplished that. You mentioned that in your letter. You noted that. You noted, Martin, that wetland flag 7 should be revisited. We sent an email from Rich Snarsky. Rich Snarsky flagged the wetlands on the site. He went back out there, visited the site. He said that based on your comment, he shifted wetland flag 7 in the northeast corner, which I said at the beginning of the presentation, up gradient 6 feet. But in that area, moving to the west, we have, a full untouched buffer area in that area, but he did shift that wetland flag up 6 feet, up gradient, and this latest revision number 2, it shows that 6 feet away, which is about a quarter of an inch or less on this plan.
Yeah, I saw that. That was.
If I could jump in here, one of the issues around the 14th letter is we haven't seen it. So,
yeah.
So we would need to take a look at it and see if we have any questions about what was proposed. We appreciate your comments as to what you've addressed. In fact, none of the commission members have seen it yet.
Whatever the commission chooses, it's just, there are no new comments really from the earlier letter 5 days prior, other than saying, okay, we saw you move the shed, and some other adjustments. Is basically the same letter. I don't know, Lynette.
Actually, Joe, there was a response to your turning the garage. One of the commission members, I believe, mentioned turning the garage to go the long way along the driveway. And I think your response letter indicated you'd have to increase the length of the driveway. And the length of the driveway is actually shorter than the 36-foot length of the garage. The garage would fit nicely turning at 90 degrees. The average depth of a typical garage is 20 to 24 feet. So that 24-foot depth would work for a garage. And it would pull the fill slope and the infiltrators further west and, a good 8 feet or so further from the edge of wetlands and reduce the upland review area impacts by doing that. It would also reduce impervious surface associated with the sidewalk going from the house to the garage.
So a couple things here. The garage is not 36, it's 32 feet. The way it's designed is the doors are on the 24-foot side, so that design wouldn't work turning it sideways. The garage would have to be redesigned to save 8 feet. And what I said earlier, part of my presentation, is that we still need the fill to wrap around to get over to the house. So we're still going to need to clear essentially the same amount. And we wouldn't put the galleries underneath that fill. We want them in the natural soil shallow so they can be accessed for maintenance in the future. And that's the point where they're located now. So by turning the garage and redesigning the doors for 8 feet of width, I don't see the overall benefit in that, because we still need the fill in order to have the garage at that elevation. And, you might save a few feet on the tree line, but is that really measurable?
It depends on which trees you're going to be taking down in that 8 or 10 foot zone. And, you definitely need to fill around the house. And I think if you played with the fill and the slopes, you might be surprised at how much you can save in there by turning the garage. I just think it's an alternative that, we haven't seen on paper.
Jim, is that an option for you or no? What's that?
I have to see it.
I have to see it, yeah. I mean, the garage would have to be redesigned for that 8 feet, which, so it's up to the board, but I don't really see a huge benefit in that, in my opinion.
Kate? Anything further? Keep in mind, Mr. Brogy, we'll take up your letter on the 14th and I'm inclined to continue public hearings so we can take a look at it.
Thank you. Yeah, I think actually Joe and I kind of went through the major points and just now, I think that's really the crux of it. I mean, I agree with the alternative treatment unit, I think that was well handled by Joe and really my only 2 points I think that still come through from my January 9th letter to my January 14th letter is possible evaluation of alternative septic system location north of the house and turning the garage. Those are the 2 major points. And the other 2 really linger from the first letter. And one is the tree removal plan should be reviewed and, maybe some kind of a conservation easement from the clear line over to the wetland line. So I think, those 4 things have been discussed tonight. There's really nothing new beyond that. And I can go over any of that just for purposes of moving things along and so forth. I don't think there's anything, more in my January 14th letter than the January 9th letter that we haven't already discussed tonight is what I'm trying to say for courtesy's sake.
Okay, sure. All right.
Can I ask a fast question? Who is this gentleman?
This is Martin Brody. He is one of the professionals that has been retained to help go over the plan for the town.
So does he work for the town or
Yes.
separately? Does he work as a contractor?
He's a consultant for the town.
Soil and wetland scientist working for the town on this project.
Oh.
And the way that it works is when a public hearing is involved, ordinance 71 fees apply, it's just a zoning ordinance, or town ordinance, that the applicant has to pay money to pay the consultant. So for the engineering review, this soil scientist review, wetland scientist review, the applicant has to pay that times 150% to the town, so they have an account to pay out of. And then when the project's done, any remaining funds go back to the applicant.
So he's not a town employee, but he's a consultant that we hire to.
Understood. And just so I can clarify what was just said there at the very end, I'm going to try to drag this meeting on. He wrote an email, then he wrote another email, but everything's been answered today when we're in front of him. Like, I think everything was answered, so there's no additional point of having another email. Am I wrong with that?
His last letter that he wrote on January 14th made it to you.
By email.
We got it. Somehow administratively, the ball got dropped and it didn't make it to the commission. So I don't know what happened. I apologize for that.
I thought the letter on the 14th didn't make it to the commission. And then the letter on the 19th did not make it to the commission.
I think it's the 14th.
The 19th was the later one.
The 9th.
The
9th was the first one that they have. The 14th was 2 days ago. That's the one they don't have. The town staff has it, but the commission doesn't.
I apologize. Thank you for clarifying it.
So what Martin just said is there are 4 items and it's really up to the commission on how you want to proceed. The conservation easement, the septic area and the garage position. So at a minimum, if you felt that it was appropriate to continue to the next meeting, that is fine. But we would like some feedback on, Martin and I agree on most things, but there are a few things we don't agree on.
Right, the conservation easement, the garage and stuff.
Well, the conservation easement, I did say we would put tags along there. The tree, I think that's a good compromise. We could put additional tags along the wetland line as well, saying this is the wetland, this is the clearing limits, and this is the wetland. I know Mr. Body's fine with that. As far as doing an easement, earlier in my presentation, I said you would probably prefer no easement, but as long as he can access the water through his property, he probably would be fine with a conservation easement over the wetland area. to preserve that.
That could be easily accomplished in the
Okay.
language.
The mentioning of the garage, full design, the garage is meant to drive in this way and have 8 feet of space in the back. North, having the septic in this area, I feel that taking this system and putting it here, between the well and the property line, it just doesn't fit, and we're higher up on grade where we have higher modeling, so the system has to be high up. And there is some drain, some plumbing in the basement as well, so it would have to be pumped, no matter what, to maybe even the first floor, but definitely the basement would have to be pumped to get there. And I don't think that's a good, prudent, feasible alternative where you could have a traditional system in good soil by gravity in that location exceeding the public health code. So that's my opinion on that.
Okay. Do we have anyone else online who wishes to be heard? I don't see any hands. So, okay, so the way that Lynette, yes.
Just one thing, that for some reason, the way the calendar falls, the next meeting is 36 days from now, which is one day longer than we're allowed to keep the public hearing open, so if the applicant would like to request an extension of 1 day, then it can be continued to the next meeting.
Yes, but let's get to another part. So as I understand it here, we've now had comments from Mr. Brogy. We've had comments from Jeff Jacobson that have largely been addressed, except for the tree clearing. And I think that we've come to a pretty good compromise on that as far as the supervision.
Leaving the stumps in and then agreeing on that.
Good positions there. We still have the outstanding issues where we've identified a number of outstanding issues, not large number, but a discrete number of differences that between your position and the town consultant's position. What I am wrestling with here is that, so if we close the public hearing, we can hear no further from either you or from the town or from anyone. We close the public hearing. It's already well past 9 at this point. We have other matters to get to, probably not deliberate next. So we would be doing this at the next meeting. So as the applicant, you have to consent or ask for an extension, but would you like the time to, so if we take your input now that you don't think that shifting the garage is going to add any particular value, and that for the reasons you stated, that you don't think that the alternative septic placement makes sense. If you leave it at that, that's what we're left with. That's what we deliberate. He says, look at it. You say, I don't think we need to, and we're left with that. Continuing the public hearing would give you the opportunity to discuss with your client if you want to try to look at those a bit more to come up with, maybe why something that would support your position. If we close the public hearing tonight, we can't hear that.
And Mr. Chair, what I would suggest, because you've already pointed out that you're not gonna vote on tonight. You'd have to put together a well-drafted statement of conditions, so it's not gonna happen tonight anyway. So, by allowing the extension for the public hearing and that would also give us the ability to, present a conservation easement language that can actually be reviewed and commented on by the applicant, make sure the applicant's satisfied with that, so that you could have a document that's actually attached to an approval. That can happen between now and then if the 1 day extension was added. Otherwise, you could just, put the terms down in your condition, but I think it would be valuable for the applicant's sake to be able to see what that document looks like, and have an opportunity to comment on it.
Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, if it's going to stay open, then, I mean, if it's going to be continued to the next meeting, and I know that Mr. Body will grant the extension, we could write it right now or send Lynette an email, whichever, that it only makes sense to keep the hearing open.
Very good. So we'll take it at that. If you could write an email or a letter.
Yeah, I think we heard from the neighbors. The neighbors seem to be largely satisfied, so I don't think there's really anything outstanding. It's just these 2 items that we can just discuss internally. I would like to get the commission's feedback on those things if you think is something very important, because rather than, wasting time on one or the other, I mean, more testing would have to be done in this area. So we have to go back out there and do more testing, in order to design the system there. It's, very adamant. The tank has to be here to flow out. There's just not enough room in that area to get the septic. We've already moved the shed there. So that's my position on that. And the garage, Mr. Body said he would have to see it, but there's potential for rotating the garage if you feel that there's a lot of value in that. Since the fill and the stormwater system is still needed, I don't really see, we're not gonna say 10 feet, 15, 20 feet. It's just going to be a handful of feet. So, if anything at all. So that, those are really the two main items. If we could just get some sort of feedback so we know which direction to proceed, that would be great.
I guess the last council has the propriety of us giving feedback on that, sort of ahead of.
Well, I mean,
that we'll be taking.
You know, kind of not the straw poll exactly, but you can, if it sounded like one of your members had some thoughts about what he'd heard so far, if you give some comments without having to vote, they can make the judgment how confident you're gonna be next time around.
Sure.
But I get the concern that there'd be a lot of money involved. You're completely redesigning the garage in particular. It seemed, so if you have thoughts right now, you might want to share them just to help.
If the septic system were to be moved, you're gonna have to move the temporary soil pile, right?
No, the septic could be installed after the soil piles.
After the soil piles are moved.
Right. There's just not enough length there. I don't even see how it's possible.
Okay.
We have to take this length,
I'm not debating that.
and this length, by the way, in the septic world, where the groundwater modeling is shallower, as we noted upslope, we have a test hole there, we have one here, and then we have these two downslope. These upslope ones, it comes way up, 20 and 30s versus in the 40s down here. So if that trend continues and we're shallow, this required length has to get longer than what we show here. And even the length that we have there doesn't fit. We have to be 10 feet from the property line. And we have to be outside of that 75-foot protected radius from the well. And you can see we're kind of, the well, we can't, the well can't really move because of all the other things around it. So that's pretty tied in. So that's the issue with the septic.
Well, I have a comment in that regard, because it's comment time now. We've already crossed the line. We're building in the upper review area. That's a given. Okay, so now we're talking about the incremental differences between moving the garage a few feet and moving the septic fields a few feet, or putting them in another location that doesn't get us very much. And as Joe Renner said, we want to keep the septic system as simple as possible, keep it on gravity, which I think is, my opinion, professionally, is the right way to do it.
And in the more suitable soil. You always want your septic in the more suitable soil on site. That's septic 101.
Yeah, you can't beat gravity for waste flow.
I can't beat gravity.
Can't beat-
Yes, I agree, yes.
That's,
Yes.
I still like twisting the driveway, moving the garage, but also redesigning the driveway. And I think between the two, we can get a reasonably improved site in terms of footage, and not just a couple, but maybe something like 10.
Thanks. My thoughts, successful, are, I think that if you could have designed a way to get the septic out of the upland review area, you would have designed the septic to get it out of the upland review area. But I think that you might just, the way that, where things work, that might just not be a real possibility. The garage, I tend to agree. I think the garage, playing with the garage and some tweaking it out, I think, could be something that we want to explore in terms of, because I'm not sure that has as many, that might be for some matter of preference rather than necessity of location. Sort of, that's my thought on it.
Okay, so focus on the garage?
I think so.
Okay, all right.
That's my thoughts. I don't know the other ones.
That's where I wanted to get to, because now we know where to focus. We would have to bring a machine back out there, we have to testing, and we're going to look at different septic areas. So I think we flushed that out, and that kind of gives Smart and I like a 50-50. So we'll look at turning the garage. The driveway's tough because we're getting close to, we're into that slope, and we're close to the property line there, and we already don't have a lot of room to move in there. But we will look at that. We'll look at turning the garage, talk to Jim about it, and if we could tweak it, like you said, even 6, 8 feet, 10 feet, will help. So we will focus on that area for the next meeting.
Okay, all right, so Joe, with your verbal consent to extend the deadlines here, I will.
Does verbal work?
No, but, well, for now, for now, it will.
Follow up.
Can you email
Mr.
me
Body,
tomorrow?
Mr. Body is here and he
Yeah.
could certainly write down on a piece of paper or send Lynette an
That's fine too. Either an email or I can give you a piece of paper.
An email,
Your
so
email would be clear.
can you do that?
Okay, I move that we continue the body application, public hearing to our next regularly scheduled.
Thank you.
Second,
Second.
any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Wren. Well, I think you're sticking around for the remainder for a few more
Well,
minutes, right?
there's one more that's not mine. I'm gonna steal her.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Body, and thank you everyone from, what's left of you of the public comment, thank you for coming in, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Last two.
All right,
Next one, and
the next one should go pretty quick. Old business, number 24-021 Kia application to conduct a regulated activity at 275 Middlesex Turnpike, map to lot 2, the construction of a 20.8 foot by 64.3 foot building addition and reduction / renovation of the existing building facade within the Upper Newbury area. Applicant Saybrook Property LLC. The owner, we are considering the act. We took the meeting last week.
I'm gonna take 2 minutes.
Okay, sure. Recess. Before we move on, we'll take a brief refresh. We've been at this for a bit. If anyone needs to use the restroom, stretch their legs, grab a drink of water, some M&Ms, something like that. So.
Yes.
Oh, but it's still in order, it's still in ordinance. I don't think it's ever gonna be known as.
Anything different, so yeah, so now I'm more of a local.
Yep, we don't know where it's ordinance 71.
Yep. So a guy like me jumps on, it's like, okay, I'm gonna go right to ordinance 71. It doesn't exist.
I started.
Wait, hi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, okay, you're good.
Okay.
118, which is not nearly as easy. as-
Yeah.
Well, here's the fast one, we gotta write that down, because otherwise you got it on the phone anyway.
Every time?
No, just this first time we do it. Because we'll be, yeah.
Oh,
See
goodness.
what that thing is? Yeah. Percent HX. Percent something. Okay. I was glad when the town's engineer said move garage. All right.
All right.
Reaffirmation of what I was talking about.
I think we can copy it, but let me write it down just in case. Percent H
Yes,
X
capital G,
G.
capital E, small r. Letter,
Get the photograph
number
I
E,
sent?
I did.
capital F. All lowercase now, Y, L,
Not
Q.
yet. I have a feeling that's gonna wait until spring.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's it, okay.
Ground's hard now, it's not muddy. so.
And I asked him to take all the soil
All right, so
that he
password, so
removes
what's
from
your?
the sidewalk and put that around the edge of
Let's see, what
the
did they say?
And the title well.
Peter, was it your name?
pavilion
Yeah, what?
to keep
Can you just go back?
residents from falling.
Hit
Oh,
the
like a
little
berm?
keyboard,
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Oh, okay,
and then,
that's nice.
done.
I know it's winter and it's holidays, but have anyone been using it at all?
I don't
It's
know.
been very cold and windy too, so.
I
And
might have
that
recorded it.
cupola in copper is so pretty.
Yeah, it looked nice. Caroline worked on that too, and I showed it to her and we thought it came out really nice.
Yeah.
That company that you ended up going with did a really nice job.
Yeah, yeah.
Which one was that again?
Clover Farms.
It was Clover Farms?
Yeah.
When my wife saw how thick the packet was, she said, that's gonna be a late one.
Okay.
And next week I'll be at the radio station all week.
Wow. Always keep them busy.
Yeah, I need a vacation from my
I
retirement.
wish my mom was busy like you are. She's activities. I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle so we can talk some more.
Oh, yeah, is that it?
That's it, yeah. Peter, Daniel,
Daniel.
Dot, Delisa, yeah.
You should be able to remember that one.
Yeah, I just have so many different passwords.
All right, so now you have to type in your
Okay,
name.
go up here. Login. Put that in.
Oh, there you go. All right, so you have to see, will it show you the password? If you,
I don't know if that's not gonna be that.
oh,
That's gonna be
Different?
something that I attempted to establish, but it wasn't letting me do it, so that I wanted to start over. Okay, so now.
I'll type it for you.
Yeah.
Lock. So
Yeah,
you go all the way
you're like the
backwards.
kids, you can do 2 fingers now.
P
Yeah.
A T R
Then Dan, no space,
D A N I E
now dot, then capital D, E, capital L.
L I S A, and
Then that cuckoo thing.
Sunday, Sunday. and
percent.
for that?
Monday.
H.
Nice, very nice.
Sunday, Monday,
That will show up with an appetite.
One, L, two. Me?
Sign in. There it goes, exactly the same thing. Please verify your login and password.
Cover your password.
Yep. All I kept doing, okay, I did the picture came up
Did you do your username and email address?
again, yeah.
And then type in your email address and then request password.
That's the address right there. Well, I gotta do, I'm not a robot, right? Or did you say you press-
I disagree.
It's a wetland soils meeting.
I also have to refill for my water.
Yeah, this is good. I'm not a robot. Just kept going around.
And they won't answer your.
No, I sent 2 or 3 emails to the contact. It's earlier in the information. Yeah, you probably
My
did.
sister's well. is
From one of them, I got a reply that she was out of the office till Monday, and that was last Monday, and she gets me on Tuesday, but she never did. So I sent it again.
Will you email me and I'll try to email them, I'll try to contact them myself. Can you remind me?
I'll send you.
we got-
stuff
we got
I got.
All right, and I'll see if maybe.
Okay, I mean, I'd love to get going on that, I have the time, I can do it, want to feel more equipped.
No, all right.
Sometimes that
I
works.
did this 20 years ago,
Yeah.
things changed, you know?
Yeah, a little, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
We have a lot of iron or wire.
Okay, let's get back on business here.
Emails or-
Moving forward with, old business 24021 Kia application to conduct a regular activity. I moved and announced the full title a minute ago. Mr. Wren, got us started?
Yes, thank you. Again, for the record, Joe Wren, special engineer of Indigo here in Old Saybrook. We went through this one last month as well. I don't think there's too much more to discuss. There was no public hearing, so we don't have to repeat ourselves, thankfully. Just to refresh everyone's mind, this is Kia in the Auto Mall on Middlesex Turnpike. There are these man-made wetlands, which we'll talk about more on a later application this evening, that were grass detention basins originally back in 1986 when they were designed. And they've been overgrown for the last 35, 40 years. So
Are we on that one?
no, we're on that, but I'm explaining the wetland. So I'm getting.
Okay.
So we have another application tonight that is similar.
Gotcha.
But one of these wetlands, so the reason for my little rant there was because it's an overgrown man-made stormwater detention basin. And we have another little man-made depression here that takes water from the state highway and then overflows into this basin. What is being proposed with this project is, you can see I highlighted in orange here, and it's a dark outline. We have a service bay addition. Basically, you drive your car in there, you give them the keys, you go inside, you never have to go outside. And they take your car, they bring it into the service bay and service it, and then bring it back to you. So it's just kind of like a valet. A lot of the newer car dealerships have something similar. So that's what that addition is on the north side of the building. The pink line is the 100-foot from this wetland area, so obviously we're within the regulated area. The site currently is building, and then it's all paved, as you would expect, all the way around the building. So we're not increasing the impervious area. We're actually decreasing the overall roof area because there is a facade, I highlighted here in yellow, not a facade, but kind of like a canopy, an open roofed area with colors. And that portion is being removed, and then there's just going to be a concrete plaza in there, and they're gonna renovate the facade and so forth. Nothing to do with wetlands there, but the actual amount of roof isn't increasing. And of course, the amount of impervious area is not increasing either, since this is over pavement. So we felt that it was, you know, a fairly simple application, but it's within the 100-foot review area, so we had to apply for it. The last thing I want to mention before we open up the questions is the surface run, as this was designed in 1986, and on the later application, I'll show you the old map from 1986, which I have here. But it was designed to have all leak offs off the pavement. So there's openings in the curb where the water sheet flows off of the site and then into the drainage basin for water quality, but mainly at that time, 40 years ago, we weren't talking so much about quality, it was all about quantity. So these basins were designed to mitigate the quantity of water. So all of the basins, they have 4 of these leak offs on each side, and that's how the stormwater gets there. And that is proposed to remain as is. There was a question last time about this little tank that we have here that's right on the 100-foot area. And that area, that tank is an oil water separator. So there is a drain, a floor drain in the building, and that goes to an enclosed tank that has no outlet. That needs to have someone like Safety Clean come in and empty that tank when it's full, sort of like a septic tank. So there's no outlet to that. It's a watertight tank, maintained on a frequent basis, and that's pretty much everything in a nutshell. We have to cut back the asphalt, but then we're just replacing the asphalt back. So it's fairly straightforward. Any questions?
Not from me. Any questions from the commission on this application? Okay, this one was rather simple. I will make a motion that we approve the application. I'll second the motion. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. All set with that.
Thank you all.
Okay. All right, let's see.
Sure, we can't have a public hearing.
Listen, we're getting to them. Let's see. Moving on to new business, 25-001 91 Sheffield LLC. Application to conduct a regulated activity at 91 Sheffield Street, map 49 lot 2, regarding placement of fill within the wetland, construction of site access driveway, cul-de-sac sidewalk, single-family residence, attached garage, in-ground pool, personage driveway, building utility services and wastewater system. Owner 91 Sheffield LLC, agent attorney Marjorie Shansky. We are to review completeness and determine if regulated activities are significant. Attorney Shansky.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the commission. I'm attorney Marjorie Shansky. I represent 91 Sheffield LLC. I know that you're just receiving essentially the application. I want to introduce the team who should be, some of whom should be promoted, please, Lynette. They include Mike Ott from Summerhill Civil Engineers, our professional engineer. They include Abigail Adams and Barbara Constable from A2 Land Consulting, our landscape architects. And they include George Logan from REMA Ecological Services, who is already a panelist and our soil scientist.
I want to emphasize to the commission that this request before you is very narrow. There is a single isolated wetland on this parcel at 91 Sheffield. 91 Sheffield is an approximately 10-acre parcel, 5 acres of which are tidal wetlands. We are going to be going to the zoning commission. The land is currently zoned marine industrial. We are going to the zoning commission to land a planned development district, a residential development on the subject property that is limited to 5 homes, of which 1 is affordable, on 5 acres that are upland on this parcel, observing all of the setbacks, the special title setback, observing the Gateway Commission setback. So all of the development is confined to the 50% of the property that's upland. And in connection with that, are proposing to fill the single isolated wetland on the property and mitigate for the loss of that wetland with the creation of a wetland elsewhere on the parcel. The application was submitted showing the layout of a proposed development, but as the parcel is currently zoned marine industrial, we are not here to get permission to do any of that. The single item in this application, and I apologize for the close proximity redundancy, is to fill the isolated single wetland. And to that extent, tomorrow, Lynette, I will be calling you to discuss Ordinance 71, which I think has been, my view, overly ambitious by way of review, because I don't think in the moment that there is any engineering per se to review. I think that between Mr. Brogy and council that the issues are probably covered. But in any case, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn this to George Logan to have the description of the wetland activity germane to the jurisdiction of the commission.
Before we move on, can we clarify something?
Sure.
The application says placement of fill within wetlands, construction of a driveway, cul-de-sac, sidewalk, a house, a garage, a pool, a driveway. This is all on the application. Under applicable activities, it says depositing material, construction, grading, paving, vegetation removal, vegetation restoration. So I think there must be a misunderstanding about what's being applied for here, I guess.
I believe that this conversation occurred between Mr. Ott and yourself and
Hold on. This should be rather easily fixed. Let me pull up the application. Attachment, mitigation plan, survey.
again, the reason the entire development is shown is to have the ability of the
Hold on. Let me just pull up the application. So the proposed activity, I'm looking at the application. The application that's on file on the permit form, 91 Sheffield LLC. Location, property, street address, 91 Sheffield Street, lot 49-2. And number 6, the purpose of the proposed activity is placement of fill within the wetland, construction of a site access driveway, cul-de-sac and sidewalk, and a single family residence, attached garage, in-ground pool, pertinent driveway, building utility services, and wastewater system. So that's not what you're applying for?
We are indeed applying to fill the wetland. And Mr. Chair, in the event the commission were to approve the application with the removal or the filling of the wetland, it is no longer jurisdictional. The upland review area goes away. The mitigation becomes the jurisdictional element of the site, and all of the proposed development is beyond the upland review area of the mitigation wetland. So it's sort of academic in the event that the commission were to approve the filling, because the filling will negate the existence for additional permit.
So if you eliminate the wetland, then nothing's in our jurisdiction.
That's right.
Exactly. That's what you're saying.
That's right.
But in order to eliminate the wetland there, Mr. Logan has prepared a mitigation report or plan, and I suspect that you need an expert to be reviewing the
Sure.
mitigation plan.
Oh, yeah.
To determine whether or not you're gonna allow it to be filled, so
I'm just a little troubled by the concept of it. That if we just get rid of the wetland, then the jurisdictional problem goes away. I'm not sure we have to turn a blind eye to what follows from eliminating the wetland. In terms of.
Well, for feasible, prudent alternative, I mean, you gotta be giving reason as to why you're gonna be filling the wetland, so understanding what's being proposed is part and parcel of the decision of whether you're gonna allow the resource to be eliminated, and you allow the new resource that's being proposed as mitigation, so.
Right, so
Absolutely. And that's a conversation that would take place in the public hearing, if there were one, or after the receipt of the application. But the point is, because this is so contingent on a two-step zoning process, because we're not even in a zone where we can do what that concept plan shows you, but it is all dependent on creating the development template with the filling of the single isolated wetland. And to the extent, if and to the extent the commission finds that to be significant, we will have a feasible and prudent discussion with the commission. Feasible and prudent alternative discussion with the commission. But I simply wanted to distinguish that we don't have before you, because we are not eligible to have the infrastructure associated with the 5 units of housing until we get the zoning to be able to do 5 units of housing. And so they're intertwined.
So are you premature to be here?
No, because in the absence of having the wetland approval, we don't have a master plan to take to the plan development district to take to the zoning commission.
Can I ask?
Sure, go ahead, help me out here.
Attorney Shansky, understand from your initial comments, one of your concerns was the payment through ordinance 71 of expert fees. Is the concern that you don't want that entire development plan fully evaluated by an expert in the context of this application? Or are you suggesting that there's no expertise required to evaluate the request to eliminate the wetland and adopt the proposed mitigation plan?
Not that, on the contrary, I think that having counsel at the table is beneficial. And I think that Mr. Brogie's contributions will be beneficial. I think that the engineering review is premature because this is not, we have cited septic systems and this, that, and the other thing, the driveway, obviously, and the building envelopes for the homes. But if we don't get the plan development master plan approved at the zoning commission, then it's academic. So the reason we're here first is because it depends on the filling of the wetland.
Right, that's what I'm sort of wrestling with. So in order for you to go forward and get the planned unit development plan you want, you need our approval to fill the wetland.
Correct.
But you don't want us to consider the whole plan in considering whether to fill the wetland.
Well, I mean, it's sort of, it becomes sort of a technicality. The filling the wetland is perhaps on the continuum of wetland impacts, all there is. And the act of that in connection with this piece of property, therefore, takes the rest of it out of the jurisdiction of this agency, because it's an all or nothing request with a mitigation to replace a wetland function, an inland wetland function on the site.
Absent, certainly don't mean to prejudge it, but absent considering what else you're doing, why would this, so if we were to strip all that away, and it just says the applicant came in and they want to fill in a wetland, why would we approve that?
Because it's within your jurisdiction to approve it, because it is the manifestation of a reconciliation between conservation and economic interests of a property owner, because the social value of having additional housing is.
You don't want us to look at the economic interest of the property owner, you just want us to look at filling in the wetland for the sake of filling in the wetland, right? If we're not looking at what else you plan on doing, then
We're
all of a sudden
happy
it
to
scales
talk-
up.
We're happy to talk to you about what else we're doing, which includes a public access pier for kayak launching, which includes paths for walking. There's a public access component to satisfy the Coastal Management Act. There's a lot of social and ecological value, and there's a lot of invasive species mitigation going on the edge of the property as it meets the cove. So there are many salutary aspects of this, which is a very active reconciliation of conservation and development that will vastly improve the condition of the resources there, but takes into account the loss of this single isolated wetland, which Mr. Logan can talk about, and the creation in mitigation of a larger wetland area.
So you want us to, I'm really just trying to, and I don't mean to seem difficult, but I'm trying to understand what you want us to look at. You want us to look at the wetland, and you want us to look at the improvements to the coastal access and the mitigation around the edges and all those sorts of things, but you don't want us to look at the houses.
We're happy to show you the houses. I guess my point, and I apologize if I've confused it, the fact of having an engineering, you want to look at the fact that there are houses and the location of the houses, but 4 of the houses already are beyond the upland review area of the single wetlands, so they're not jurisdictional to the commission. And the one house that is implicated in proximity to the wetland would no longer be in proximity to a wetland if the wetland were filled. And so we can look at the entire site, and that may be important in order to evaluate this reconciliation I'm talking about. But it definitely is within the authority of a commission to permit the filling of a wetland.
So my suggestion, Mr. Chair, I think the determination as to whether or not this is significant activity or not, is probably, I don't have a vote here, so that it's your call, but I suspect that that's an easy call, and that would trigger other things. And I think that there's an acknowledgement that at the very least the environmental consultant review is necessary. I don't know your practice, but does staff typically deal with the ordinance 71 and exactly who you hire and what you hire?
Correct.
Okay, so I think that can be handled outside the context of this meeting, because I suspect that Attorney Shansky's fear is that that full engineering review of every aspect, as if this were being before the Planning and Zoning Commission for the final approval, is overkill for what's necessary. But I would suggest to the commission and to staff that there still might be a role for an engineer involved in evaluating this application, because you have a feasible, prudent alternative question, and perhaps the REMA report in the mitigation plan requires more than just Mr. Burby's review. I'm not sure yet, but that's something I think staff can take care of. But in terms of getting this off of your docket tonight, I think it's a pretty easy one, in which you make the judgment as to whether or not there's a significant activity proposed, in which case that would trigger having the public hearing.
Well, that also sort of trips in another, so I've got a couple questions on that, because I do agree with that reason. The other question is, so if I understand it, we're supposed to, is an application complete without a proven alternative being provided?
They're gonna have to demonstrate that in order to get the approval. There's a discussion by Attorney Shansky as to why this is appropriate, because the mitigation, the low value quality of the wetlands, that the mitigation is actually beneficial, and that's something that you could consider in allowing to do that. That would all have to get fleshed out, I think, during the public hearing, and that you'd be satisfied that they presented enough information to allow for the filling and the mitigation. But I think that that's something that doesn't necessarily have to be fleshed out completely to get you into the public hearing. Because you can always accept an application, have a public hearing, and ultimately say, you haven't checked off all the boxes, denied. So you don't necessarily convinced right now that what's been submitted is good enough to approve a feasible improvement alternative. That's gonna happen after the public hearing when you make your final decision.
Exactly, and Mr. Chairman, the reason I'm holding up two fingers is to remind myself to say two things. One is that I agree with what Council just described. The feasible and prudent alternative doesn't emerge until the commission makes a finding of significant activity. On question 11 in your application, which explores alternatives, we have given you an answer to that question with alternatives, which is distinguishable from feasible and prudent alternatives. There is a two-factor sort of occasion for alternatives to emerge in these kinds of conversations. And there is, if I may, one other thing I want to say. You will find in your record, as a part of this application, an October 22nd, 2024 report from Eric Davison from Davison Environmental, with number 1, an invasive species inventory. And there's similarly an October 22nd, 2024 vernal pool study results analysis that was conducted during seasonally appropriate time in 2024. So that's just by way of fleshing out the sufficiency of the record. Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thanks. My other question goes to the more general idea of, is it appropriate to eliminate jurisdiction by eliminating a wetland?
The goal is not to eliminate jurisdiction.
I'm asking council, but we'll let you speak certainly, but I'm gonna ask council about this first, because this seems like a novel way to get out of.
Well, I mean, that's the way it seemed to get framed, but if you have a development plan and you have, let's just say someone were able to demonstrate that you have something that's technically a wetland. And that it would be much more beneficial to make a more vibrant wetland resource somewhere else on the property, or maybe even elsewhere. And if you allow us to fill that because we want to develop this land, all right, and you allow us to fill it, and you do allow to fill it, then yes, that you no longer have a regulated resource there, and that opens it up. But it's not necessarily because I'm trying to get rid of the regulated area. It's, here's my land, I'd like to do this with it. The Wetland Act does the balancing act between economic use of land and the protection of the environmental resource. If someone persuades you that I want to develop my land, and this is what I want to do. So I do think they need to be explaining to you what they want to do so that you can do that evaluation that's built into the wetlands regulations and through the Wetlands Act of that balancing act, and deciding whether it in fact would be beneficial to allow that wetland to be destroyed and eliminated. It would ultimately be beneficial because of this alternative mitigation. Then it's not really tricking you out of jurisdiction. It's one of the powers that you have, that you can end up with making something a more vibrant wetland. And once you've done it, then yes, that resource is eliminated, and they don't have to come back to you to ask for permission if they're going to build something within what would have otherwise been a regulated area around that former wetland. So it does eliminate your jurisdiction in that area, which you don't have to do, but you are allowed to do it. And in some instances, it's a good thing, because if it were true and someone demonstrated, yeah, this is technical, but it serves no function whatsoever. But if I did this thing over here, we're going to have this vibrant, wonderful wetland. That's something an applicant can come to you and ask to do. They have to persuade you, they have to check up all the boxes and to be able to do that. And you ultimately have a lot of discretion on whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, but it's not inappropriate under the Wetland Act for somebody to come in and say, I'd like to eliminate this wetland, and do this other thing. But they're gonna need to give you some context so that you can do that big evaluation.
That's what I'm getting at. I want to see a full disclosure of everything they would want to do within the original jurisdiction of the.
And I think they should have that full dialogue, give you all that information. I think the fear is that the balance here, using that word maybe too much, but the balance here is enough information for you to be able to make a determination about this wetland and whether or not the proposal for mitigation. And you need enough engineering review and enough expert review to be able to make your decision there. I think the applicant's fear is that you don't need the full level of engineering review that you'd need if the actual development plan was all under your jurisdiction. And I think that's a fair concern on their part, and I think that can be dealt with staff so that you can get all the help that you need to make that initial determination. And without necessarily, without the town engineer spending unnecessary evaluation of a plan that won't, that might not come to fruition.
Attorney Shansky, I'll let you comment, and then Paul, I did see your hand with a question, but Attorney Shansky, I'll let you go ahead first.
I agree with everything Attorney Slater said. I would also say.
That's rare.
Pardon?
I said that's rare.
And Mr. Chairman, that's rare. But you'll also note in looking at the submission that this is an extraordinarily irregularly shaped parcel. It's sort of like a pickaxe. And so it has not only the environmental constraints, half of it being eaten up by tidal wetlands, but it is also limited on its development potential. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we, the development team who are here to tell you or answer as many questions as you have and to show you the robust landscaping and all of the beautiful features, intend to be, should the commission take this to public hearing, we will all be in the room with you. And happy to have that conversation.
Okay. Thank you. Paul, you had a question?
I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that this is currently zoned as marine industrial. And as such, there are a whole list of possible uses of the property. I'm not sure that they are constrained or which ones would be constrained by the existence of the wetland. So there is that aspect of uncertainty in what the property is going to be used for or could be used for, and whether it is necessary to eliminate the wetland, to move the wetland.
I think that probably would go into the alternatives of the site and the economic value of the site. The economic value of the site as something that is zoned for marine industrial would be something you would want to explore. I know you want to build houses there, but if it's zoned for another economic activity, I think that would factor into it.
Some of that is responded to in question 11.
Okay, we'll get to question 11, one way or the other. Let's see, any other questions? We're gonna have to eat this elephant one bite at a time, I think, about what we just talked about in terms of the scope of the project and how to proceed with analyzing it. Hearing none, I guess the next question becomes, what are we up to tonight? So we have the application. Lynette, were there any other, since we've addressed the proven alternatives and doing that, Lynette, did you identify any other issues regarding the sole issue before us tonight, which is to review for completeness and determine significance? Because that's all we're up to tonight.
What's your question again?
So any issues regarding completeness?
No, I think that it looks like it could be discussed if you decide it's significant at, a public hearing or at the next meeting. I think there's enough to, to talk about. And then if there are things that are specific things that are lacking, that the applicant can be asked to provide those later.
Okay. So what I guess I would procedurally like to do is, Attorney Shansky, I'll let you have folks here, I'll let you give a presentation or tell us what you want to tell us about this plan. keeping in mind that this is quite likely to go to public hearing, you'll have further opportunity to do so. And to pity your audience, to sort of confine us to what we need to know for tonight's purposes, which is to determine significance and and completeness, so that we can move this on to our next meeting.
So,
Ball's in your
yeah, well, I'm now admonishing my team that, because you will take this to public hearing, that you should, calibrate your comments to just be introductory and substantive, but introductory, and I then send you to Mr. Logan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Logan.
Good evening, everyone, and I understand that for the interest of time, I'm going to be as quick as I possibly can, but just to introduce myself, I'm a wetlands scientist, professional wetland scientist, and registered soil scientist with about 37 years of experience. So in your possession, you have a report for me that's dated December 20th. It's entitled Wetlands Assessment and Mitigation. So let me tell you a few things that as this report talks about and what I've done. The first thing, obviously, that I had to do was to delineate the wetland. We're talking about this isolated wetland. It's a depressional area. It's groundwater fed for the most part, and it's approximately 2,500 square feet. So it's relatively small. It has seen, and we could discuss that in more detail sometime in the future, disturbance in the past. Obviously, there's been activities on the site for some time, and it's replete with invasive species, low in diversity as far as vegetation is concerned. So the plan is to, realizing that it does have some function, is to replace it with a new wetland that's going to be to the far west corner, if you will, of the site, as far away as possible. And it has several characteristics. It will have similar hydrologic regimes. It will have a much higher vegetative diversity because we're planting certain things, obviously. It has a more favorable slew of cover types, which include emergent, scrub, shrub, and forested. And it's one of the most favorable parts of it is that it's in a much more favorable landscape position and related to the one that we would be taking out. Very close in juxtaposition with the tidal wetlands. And it places it as far away as possible from proposed structures that are on the site. And this kind of mitigation will immediately result in functionality. First season, you're going to have functionality over and above what you have now. And also, which you'll hear in a few minutes, it dovetails with a robust landscaping plan, which also includes removal of invasive species. And it's also 1.5 times bigger than what is being taken. So that's kind of the summary. And I think I'll end it with this and take it to the next person who wants to talk. Unless you have questions of me, obviously.
Any questions from the commission for Mr. Logan at this time? Hearing none, yes, the next presenter, please.
Barbara.
I'm just, hi, this is Barb Constable, and I'm a registered landscape architect, and I currently work for A2 Land Consulting in New Fairfield, Connecticut. I just shared my screen. Is that something you all can see?
Yep.
We can.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to try to briefly go over our summary plans. We have two plans in particular. One is the landscape demolition and tree removal plan, and the second one is our planting plan, which is to restore the site with native species that will work well with the given ecosystem and enhance local habitat. So to begin with, this plan is our the tree removal and demo plan. The plan shows all the trees on the site as well as an invasive species. So we started with the Bartlett Tree Experts report, and they categorized all the trees on this portion of the site into 4 different categories. There was good, fair, poor, and dead. So the report also indicated trees that they recommended for removal. So those are the ones that you see with the black X's throughout the site. We then went through and based on what the proposed construction will be, we went through and placed red X's on the trees that needed to be removed due to construction. We went through also and added purple X's to indicate the invasive species that are to be removed, and those include Norway maples, black locusts, and trees of heaven. And then finally, we have the blue X's, which are trees marked to be removed as per our client. So also shown on this plan are the invasive species, and these were found on site by Davison Environmental and shown on the mapping in their report. The invasives on site include Japanese honeysuckle, Japanese knotweed, burning bush, multiflora rose, and Phragmites. We have a mitigation plan in the notes section of our plan set, which is on sheet L-102. So now I'm going to move on to our planting plan. This is again overall for this general area. This contains species that are native to Connecticut, and we were conscious of the salt tolerances needed for this site area. The proposed species include red maples, white oaks, post oaks, serviceberry, bayberry, clethra, American holly, and eastern red cedar. Additionally, we have perennials and grasses that include sweetgrass, wild indigo, Joe Pye weed, and New England asters. Now, a general seed mix will be used in the disturbed areas and in between our plantings. This will be a New England coastal salt tolerant grass mix that is provided by New England wetland plants. The dashed lines that you see here are showing mown paths that will lead to the proposed docks that will be on site. And this mown path goes specifically to a dock that has public access. And we have added another path that will go over here through a lot of what is proposed to be planted and also goes around the proposed constructed wetland that is part of the plan. I think so. Overall, we feel this mitigation plan will greatly enhance a highly disturbed site that is overrun with invasives. We're going to reintroduce a significant amount of native material, which will enrich the local habitat and provide additional food sources for wildlife. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Any questions for the applicant for this evening? Not for tonight, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, Ms. Constable referred to the Bartlett tree report, which is, I think, on its way into the record.
Great. Any other presenters from the applicant?
Not necessarily. Mr. Ott is here if you have any questions about the site plan.
I'm not sure if we need to hear from Mr. Ott regarding what's been in front of us tonight, since given the limited scope of what we're up to.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, I will, any discussion? All right, I'm going to make a motion that we accept the application as complete and that the regulated activities are significant and to schedule this for a public hearing. 71 fees will be handled. Hopefully that can be negotiated between staff and the applicant. If there are any roadblocks between disagreement as to what they are, then what is our vehicle for that? If there's disagreement as to the scope of the ordinance, 71 fees. We'll get it figured out. Very good. Okay. I think that was Stefan seconded it. I saw. All in favor? Aye. Any? I guess any discussion. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll get this down for a public hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, is there a date for the public hearing?
Next meeting or? the next meeting?
Well, you have 65 days to schedule a public hearing,
We have a public hearing.
so you could, there's a continued public
There's a
hearing.
continued
for
public hearing for next,
week.
next month.
So, I don't know if we have to set the date tonight. I don't know if that's required.
Well, I'm going to need to send notices to the neighbors, so I need to be able to plan for that in a timely fashion.
I mean, I think, don't you have a sense if you really want to bump it to the next one, if you think you take enough of the next one?
I'm looking at, we have one continued one for the next one. We have the automall application, not to prejudge anything, but that could significantly, or that could potentially come up with significant activity.
Wait, we have 2 continued for next month, right?
We do?
Do we have 3 stuff?
Yes, we do.
And 5.
2 for next month. So I think that,
Bump it to March?
yes, we should.
And March 20th, because we don't, it's a non-week year, so February and March have the same dates.
Is that 65 days? Does that work?
Figure that out.
Let's see.
That's me.
Time and date. What is this, 65 days from today?
4, I think it's gonna be. I think we're good.
Okay, I just
Wait,
plug it
no.
in. Starting date today.
Yes, because we received it to them.
The end date
So,
will be
yes.
March 20th, we say?
Mhm. Just makes it.
March 20th?
That's 63 days. Okay. March 20th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh,
Hold on.
oh,
What's going
I
on?
don't think Liz is seated.
So you can't second it?
I don't think so. No, no, if you're not
Oh,
seated.
okay. All right, let's do this, have a do-over here. I move that we accept the application as complete, with regular activities are significant, and that we continue to our, to the March 20th, 2025.
Second.
Second by Paul Kay, who is seated. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Yours, thank you. Okay. All right, moving on here. New business item B, 25-002. Kalati Jezik? Kalajnik.
I think.
I don't even.
Oh, okay, I was wondering if somebody knew.
You say polo.
Jay?
Say polo.
Jay will help you with this one? With this one?
Works.
Okay, there you go. Application to conduct a regular activity at 96 Old C Lane, map 19, lot 238, demolition of existing house and construction of a 2,045 foot house, deck with steps, porch with steps, and septic system within the 100 upper review area. Application Andrew and Patricia Kay, agent Joe Wren. We have to review for completeness and determine if regular activities are significant. Mr. Wren.
Thank you. For the record, Joe Wren, professional engineer out of Indigo and Old Saybrook. Caroline has been working in her office for a couple of years and she is very eager to speak to you about this project. So she's going to take the reins on this one. We know it's after 10:30. We want to go home too. So we're going to make this briefer than the last one, and you know, depending on the question. I just want to remind everyone of where we are. So Old Sea Lane, Saybrook Manor, Indian Town, most of you recall these properties, how we have that little weird like strip of wetland in between Saybrook Manor and Indian Town. So just a couple of years ago, we came in front of you for one, like 2 or 3 houses away, that the wetlands came right up to the back of the property, and we took a shed. If you remember, we removed the shed out of the wetlands, the septic system was in the wetlands. So this is that area. So we have that odd little inland wetland right behind the home. So with that reminder and memory, Caroline from my office.
Thank you.
So again, I'm Caroline O'Hagan, and I am a project engineer working at Joe's office. And as he was just saying, we're located, this property is located in Saybrook Manor. And I know you all have, the application includes an aerial image of the property outlined in blue, and you can very clearly see the area that is delineated as wetland soils. It's just this dark patch of grass essentially in the yard. So again, we are going from, this was a previous FEMA lift, and since the regulations have changed, now it is not FEMA compliant. So the owner is proposing to lift the house again, and put an additional garage on while also taking away the existing detached garage and, a portion of the existing house. So in addition to that, the existing septic is essentially sitting in the groundwater, so not ideal. And we are proposing a compliant septic system in the terms that it is ELA and MOSS compliant. And yeah, so.
This one is elevated and needs a pump.
Yes.
We cannot avoid a pump for this.
Yes, exactly. Some things to note, as we always do with our plans, the wetlands are delineated with this green line, and then the 100-foot upland review area is shown in pink on this plan. Important to note that the existing detached garage is just 0.8 feet from the wetland. The deck is 2.7, and the eastern corner of the house here is 3.5. We are getting better in almost every aspect. The proposed deck here is 3.1 feet, so just 0.4 from 3.5 that we just saw, essentially. We're also proposing an AC pad, or not pad, but an elevated utility platform, 5.7 feet from the wetland, and the house itself will be sitting at its closest point, 6.7 feet. All in all, we are reducing impervious. We're going from 27.4% to 26.8% on the lot. And we have a compliant septic system now, so I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Few quick clarifications. So with that pink line, the 100-foot review area, the entire property is within 100-foot regulated area. The entire thing, including the street. So no matter what you do on here, you got a wetlands permit. This is very typical for this area where it's actually a lawn and they use it as a lawn. It just meets its wetland soil, so it gets flagged as wetlands. So it's not like a marsh, it doesn't have trees in it, it's a lawn. Caroline has some photographs. That one photo you could see in between, you could see the maintained lawn in between, and it's just always been that, that's their backyard. But with this, removing those portion of the house and that detached structure, we're reducing the coverage on the site and getting a little further away from the wetland. We can't move the house to the west toward the street because we're using the same foundation and lifting and renovating the house. So we can't, we're not removing the foundation. The foundation is only 13, 14 years old. It was done before, like after the storms, but before the FEMA upgrade. So now we have to lift it higher to make it FEMA, but we can't shift it to the west. So we feel that we've done between the septic, the reduction of the building, and lifting it for FEMA, we feel that we've done everything possible to make this the best plan possible to proceed with.
Sorry, yeah, sure. So the existing building is shown in the yellow hatch, and again, the detached garage, which will be removed. All of the existing structures are shown in yellow. The detached garage will be completely removed, and then just
So
this
the
portion.
garage is this thing down here.
Correct, yeah. They're proposing a new garage in
All right.
this.
So that
section.
dark line, that dark line is the extent of the construction.
Correct.
Okay.
It's the only building footprint that will remain on the lot. So the white portion to the south is the addition and the attached garage. But the detached goes away and the north part of the house goes away as well. And it makes it more zoning compliant and a little bit further.
Does this go away?
Correct, yeah. Yes, yeah.
So it's just this.
And were they planning on landscaping over the garage, the existing garage slab, just lawn?
So the septic system will be over part of it, and we do have to grade for the septic system because it's an above grade system with the pump. I'm assuming that they will do probably grass over the system.
It's currently lawn now, and it would probably just be an extension of the lawn. Even if we did put a line of shrubs there, it's gonna be a line of shrubs between two lawns.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we definitely don't want to introduce any newer root systems in the area of the proposed septic system.
Yeah, it's actually not allowed. Any type of woody vegetation is frowned upon within 10 feet of the system or more.
Any other questions? Okay, so we have to, tonight we review, we complete this determination. So I will make a motion that the application is complete and that the regulated activities are not significant. Okay, any discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none? Thank you very much. Well done. Okay. Last.
I just didn't want to force public hearing.
Exactly. 25-003 Old Saybrook Auto Mall, application to conduct a regulated activity at 2225 to Middlesex Turnpike, map 52, lots 1, 2, and 3. Functional improvements to inland wetland detention basins in 0.2-acre northeast wetland area, including cutting, removing brush, vines, logs to a height of 3 to 4 feet, invasive plant control, invasive plant removal, selective removal of trees, removal of sediment, repair of outlet control structure, proposed and maintenance of vegetation, sediment structures to ensure functionality of basin in perpetuity. Applicant owner of Saybrook Auto Mall, Agent Joe Wren. We are to review the completeness, determinant regulated activities are significant. And it doesn't say on the little board down here, but we're talking activity in the wetland itself, not just in the upper.
Yes,
correct?
no filling, just
No filling.
vegetation.
Gotcha, okay. Word. Okay.
So again, it's very late, trying to be as brief as possible. Last month, we went through this in pretty good detail.
Good thing we did.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
That's a benefit. Promised a few things. You asked for a wetland report by a wetland scientist who provided that in the application. So in your application, you have this report from Bob Russo, soil scientist from CLA Engineers, and it's very detailed. It goes through how these are man-made stormwater basins that function as wetlands. The soil all around the site is all man-made and disturbed. The only area of natural soil is along the west property line where the railroad is. It's mostly all urban land series of soil, which is disturbed. He describes this as a freshwater emergent wetland dominated by red maple. Now again, I'm just paraphrasing as much as I can. Under the wetland vegetation paragraph, he lists all the invasive species in there, which multiflora rose, common reed, jewelweed, greenbrier, skunk cabbage, all the way through. There are no, he did a NDDB review of this, and there are no endangered species in the area. Going down to the bottom, just to be quick, a summary, it says based on both office and on-site observation, the reference in the wetlands are created stormwater basins. The principal functions are groundwater discharge or recharge, flood control, and treating stormwater runoff from the existing belt. CLA believes that the basin maintenance program will enhance them. Then being there are two, there's one to the north, one to the south. The one to the north is a little bit larger. It's 0.5 acres. The one to the west is 0.33 acres. There is this little patch of what we call the northeast wetland as well. That's part of this. Everything has, and I'm going to pass these around. I brought enough for you, but this is the 1986 plan. And this car dealership, or all the car dealerships were proposed. And if you look closely, you will see the buildings in this area, and you'll see these two very manufactured looking like basins, and all of the paved leaf-offs coming off the parking lot. We have 4 paved leaf-offs on all the sides, so the parking lots and the roof was just designed that everything would just sheet flow into these areas. They were just grass basins 40 years ago. When they were built, they built berms on the back end to hold the water so they could mitigate the runoff, peak rates of runoff discharge. And then there's an outlet here and here. You can see these shaded areas of wetlands. the water flows in that westerly direction and goes toward the train track. Not maintaining these basins, we're not proposing to take them back down and make grass basins again, because we realize eliminating the vegetation is not something that we all want. It would be very costly to do that, but we want to maintain some diversity in these basins. So what the proposal is to have someone like Jason, he's already looked at the site, he didn't want to stay this late. Go in there with proper equipment, all the work would be done from the pavement areas reaching in, so they have like brush shredders that reach in and take it down. So our thought is to bring it down to like 3 to 4 foot height. Save trees that are worth saving. If there's an invasive tree, that would be removed. If there is, and there are some trees in here, and if they're determined to be healthy and valuable, that they would be saved. So something similar with this project, like we discussed on a previous application, where Jason or an arborist would create a plan, flag or mark everything, have Lynette out there, they come to an agreement on what's going to be removed, what's going to stay, and then they execute the work. So something very, very similar to that. What the work entails is there's a very detailed description over here. So we have the functional improvement plan, and then we have the base and maintenance plan. So once the functional improvement plan is done, and I'm not going to go through all of those steps there, but I'll just tell you in general. Once that is done, what they want the ability to do is just to maintain this in the future, because this hasn't been maintained, the vegetation hasn't been taken down since they were built in 1986. So it just, one sprout started and, you know, turned into 35, 40 years later, turned into what it is today. And there are shrubs, there's a lot of invasives in there. There are some good natural things, but we don't want, we're not removing any root systems at all, except for the wetland scientist is going to come up with a plan for invasive species removal and maintenance. So the multiflora rose, jewelweed, things like of that nature will be eliminated with this program, and then it will be maintained. All of those steps are here, how we're going to do that. And then the future maintenance plan will be here. So with this approval from the Wetlands Board, they will have the ability in the future to just maintain what they originally got approved. No changes, they can't go in there and take out the root systems and so forth unless they come back to you for that approval. Part of they're being proactive. About 10 years ago, we had some very heavy flooding and rain in the area. And they were notified by the railroad that we think that your site is causing some flooding on our train tracks, which was never a good deal. So at that time, they came up with a whole plan to wipe all this clean and put some berms in and do some wetland planting. And that was 10 plus years ago, that was never implemented. And now it's even more overgrown. So they don't want to wipe it clean for really 2 reasons: the function aspects and the diversity, and the expense of doing that, of course. They don't want to have a full grass basin. They just want a nice maintained basin with some trees in there that provide cover and food for the wildlife. But it's just not like an overgrown mess with a bunch of invasive. So that's what they're trying to take down with the functional improvement plan. We looked at these pictures last time, but just for memory's sake, because it's very important. Each one of these basins has an outlet structure that has this debris grate on it. They are both loose. They're not even really attached. And in one of these pictures, this one, the front one, I could pass this around, but the front one is still attached, but it's just about fully buried with sediment and debris. So the idea is to remove any debris and trash by hand from the bottom of the basin. Around these structures, we have to remove some material by reaching in to grab that. And then once we take it back down to the original elevation, then we would reseed it with a wet mix, a wetland seed mix that we provided in the application, as I think it was the very last sheet. So that's one of them. This is the other one. The front debris grate is off, it's separated. So anything, leaves, debris, trash, whatever is able to get into this and down into this structure and then into the pipe that goes toward the train track. So we want to get in here and we want to fix these, repair these, not change them or enlarge them in any way. We just want to put them back to their original condition. Maybe get some protection, maybe paint them black or something just for corrosion protection, and so they last longer. The structures themselves and the pipes will be inspected, and anything that needs to be cleaned would be cleaned out. These other pictures we're actually looking at like the outlet of a pipe, but you can't even really see. It's like, where's Waldo? You can't even really see it in there because everything is so overgrown, and these are mostly invasive species that you see. And those are just typical pictures. I mean, the surveyor couldn't even locate these things. We had to go in there for 3 hours. Of course, it was a 95 humid day. And we had to go in there and chop through with machetes just to find structures. So with that knowledge, you can see that the capacity of the basins is very reduced of how the original design was. So by doing this, maintaining it, taking a lot of the vines and the invasives out, we're enhancing the capacity of these basins to do a better job for flood protection of the train tracks down below. The last thing I wanted to pass around, just out of curiosity, Google Earth goes as far back as 1991, and this was just a few years after they were built. Before 91, Colin, I think everything's just a blur.
Yeah.
Or it's not
it went back that long.
But
My plane pictures.
But if we think about it, 1991 now is 34 years ago.
Quite. I don't believe you only one can stop.
That ages all of us. That was even before Carolyn was born. 10 years before. With all of that, if you have any, you'll see in that 1991 aerial that these basins were pretty open. There was hardly anything in the bottom of these basins. It's not color, it's only black and white. But you can see it wasn't the big ugly tree, vine, shrub mess that's there now, depleting the capacity. The main value of these basins is for stormwater mitigation. So they're just being proactive. They want to do this. It's not cheap. It's tens of thousands of dollars to do this work, but they're electing to do it just to be proactive. No other reason. They're not increasing the view anywhere or any of that. They're just not, getting a new building loft or anything. They just want to get it down to a level that's maintainable and then maintain it in the future. Questions? Besides, where's my pillow?
Any questions from the applicant about the application? No. Okay. By the way, I guess opening skip.
I just wanted to mention that because these wetlands are also detention basins, we're asking consultants to look at this. Martin, to look at the wetland aspect, and Jeff Dickerson to look at the detention basin functioning aspect of it.
Thank you for that one. By way of discussion, before someone makes a motion, but I guess the only thing I'm kind of wrestling with here is whether or not this should be a significant activity. Or knows I don't want another public hearing, but it is going, and while, I mean, it's grown to be a rather significant chunk of wetland here that we're doing work in to do things with. I don't think it would be a particularly difficult public hearing. Looking at what neighbors would come, I don't think there's going to get much protest about this. Right. But I'm having a hard time saying it's not significant either, because you're getting into the wetlands and you're doing, a fair amount of stuff right in there.
We are, but if you look at, and that's my opinion too, of course, but that doesn't matter for wetland, but if you look at Bob Russo's letter, his opinion that this will enhance, because the elimination of the main function and value of this as it was originally built is to mitigate stormwater. And right now its volume is diminished, and that function and value is diminished because of the sediment that's accumulated and all the vegetation that's in there and just taking up space. So between the elimination of the removal of the invasive species and then maintaining this over time, bringing back its original function and value, we think it's actually an enhancement of the wetland.
I think it is.
Rather than not an enhancement or filling the wetland.
I agree. It still might be a significant enhancement. Timeline wise, where it's January. We're looking at, say, the only thing significant I think of is that kicks to a public hearing. I don't think it would be one that would get continued or a very long one, depending on what we go to. So if you put it up to March, would you be doing anything in these before March anyway?
They would like to do it before the leaves come up.
When the police come.
Especially on this growth in a wetland area, that starts to green up. If you, when you drive by a wetland area, you always see that greener growth in like March or April, especially if we have some more temps. So, you know, the volume that has to be taken out and the more work that has to be done, once all the foliage is in there, it just makes it so much worse with all the vines. And trust me, I chopped my way through there to get there, getting through all this stuff with the green leaves.
You're gonna be here for the public hearings in
just February.
For February too, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to kick it to February anyway, because you get 1 month to do it. We've already got 771 fees on there.
Mm-hmm.
Should we do the public hearing in February?
I'm fine with that. If you,
I mean,
if you agree that.
Okay, I'm not, I don't want to speak for everybody.
Yeah,
but if
you
the,
agree that it needs a public hearing, then if it has to be a public hearing, then we could do it in February, just because we're gonna be here for another one.
and then that way your only real expense is is notifying the neighbors.
And the sign.
The sign, but that's not too bad for y'all.
Neighbors are 440.
That's probably true. All right, I will make a motion that the application is certainly complete, and that the activities are significant, hopefully significantly beneficial. Second the motion. Second by Jay, who is, any discussion on this? This is where it gets.
Yeah,
This is-
if this
sure.
is significant, everything is significant. So, I mean, I don't buy into the fact it's significant.
There's a definition of significant impact in the regs.
Okay, can you give me that?
Go part by part.
Sure, yeah, let's go.
Significant impact means any activity, including but not limited to the following activities, which may have a major effect or significant impact on the area for which an application has been filed, or on another part of the inland wetland or watercourse system. A, any activity involving a deposition or removal of material which will or may have a substantial effect on the wetland or watercourse, or on wetlands or watercourses outside of the area for which the activity is proposed.
So in this case, the significant effect is positive. Because the removal is gonna be a positive factor.
Says significant impact.
It says impact,
It's
doesn't say.
the significant
Doesn't say
positive-
negative impact.
It's a significant positive impact.
Yeah.
This
This is why I'm on the horns of the lemon.
B, any activity which substantially changes the natural channel or may inhibit the natural dynamics of the watercourse. We're not dealing with that, right?
This is a man-made wetland.
Wetland nonetheless.
I know.
Yeah, I know, but.
C, any activity which substantially diminishes the natural capacity of a wetland or watercourse to support aquatic plant or animal life and habitats, prevent flooding, supply water, assimilate waste, facilitate drainage, provide recreation and open space or perform other functions.
So we're not diminishing, we're increasing that. And the first one dealt with the removal of material mostly, and we're not, I mean, we're not removing anything at ground level, we're removing the vegetation down to a certain point. I'm not sure if any of those really apply, I think I agree with you. More significant public interest, right, but we don't feel that there's any.
Well.
And then there's
There's one more, hold
Oh,
on,
there's a few others.
but wait, there's more.
There's more. Any activity which is likely to cause or has the potential to cause substantial turbidity, siltation, or sedimentation of a wetland or watercourse.
No.
Any activity which causes substantial diminution of flow of a natural watercourse or groundwater levels of the wetland or watercourse. Any activity which is likely to cause or has the potential to cause pollution of a wetland or watercourse. Any activity which damages or destroys unique wetland or watercourse areas, or such areas having demonstrable scientific or educational value. So if it meets any of those, it doesn't have to meet any of those.
No, but those are some, we should listen.
I agree that
Yeah,
it's a
go
very
ahead.
big positive, but in Mr. Russo's letter, he says that they are man-made stormwater treatment basins that function as wetlands. And he says further that no wetlands soils are mapped on the parcel. So that's also.
So that would be deleted at the moment.
there's no wetland soils.
And in his summary, he also
He's
says,
delineating the wetland.
Well, they're wet. I mean,
yeah, well,
man-made
all
wetlands.
right, so the changes are,
Maybe he meant naturally occurring
Or
wetlands.
other wetlands besides these ones, maybe.
Where is that in the letter, Paul? I didn't see that. Where's-
first page under site setting, and then further under soils, and then I think there's also a line in the left. Throughout, there are references to the fact that,
One other thing that is. Or, wait, no, I guess we can find this first one. Take one second.
So this is what he meant. I see where you read that. No other soils. So he gave you a copy of the NRCS map. And what he's saying is on the NRCS map, they don't map anything as inland wetland. Not that there's nothing mapped on the site, but he gave you this soils map and there's no
I
NRCS.
don't know, I'm just reading from his.
Yeah, but it says mapped as wetland soils, so he's referring to this.
Further, yeah.
So it's not mapped by NRCS, but on
right,
site,
it
like
said that-
Lynette's absolutely
It
correct that,
says it's not surveyed,
yeah, the
surveyed.
NRCS map doesn't show
Yeah.
any mapped wetland soils, but he found them on site. Because in Connecticut, they're delineated by soil type. So it wasn't wetland in the past, it's man-made soil, man-made basins, but it developed over time.
So we've got these two big wetlands that are man-made. That are there. They're gonna be, I agree with you, they're gonna be approved by this. There's gonna be a maintenance plan.
Yeah.
Where we're gonna be looking into the future as to how these are these are managed wetlands, basically.
Even though it says,
I agree. I agree.
it says function as wetlands, it doesn't say that it is wetlands.
Who's flagged as wetlands?
Okay.
It's just not a naturally occurring wetland, it's like on the previous application.
They're engineered wetlands.
Yeah. So. We call a public hearing, call significant, there's a public hearing on for next month. Well, the applicant's representatives here anyway, the applicant would have to put a sign up and tell the neighbors. When they would come. Their value in the openness of doing this. What do we change, folks? Let's do a straw poll here before we take our vote. Who's seated? You're off the hook, Elizabeth. You're not seated. Jay, what do you think? Significant or not?
It's positively significant.
Okay.
Not negatively significant.
Marcia?
I think it's positive, I just don't get the significance.
Okay.
That's where I struggle.
All right. Positive and not significant.
And not significant.
Peter?
Yeah, not significant.
Paul?
What did you
I
say?
said not.
Yeah, not significant,
Okay.
but positive.
All right. Sandy?
Significant.
Significant. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to. Yours was positively significant. Positively, so we got one positive significant, we got not significant, we got not significant, we got.
But if you
Four
look
no's,
if you
three
look
yeses.
at everything at the beginning of our charter, we're concerned about negative degradation of
I'm
the
with you,
wetland.
all right.
Negative, negative, negative.
You convinced me. I withdraw my motion. And we'll entertain another one.
You want me to make it?
Sure.
No,
Not to adjourn.
No, but hold it.
Hold it.
All right. With respect to application 25003, Old Saybrook Auto Mall applicant to conduct regulated activity 2225-295 Middlesex Turnpike, MAC 52, lot 1, 2, and 3. So we determined it's not
Good.
significant.
Yep, and the application is complete.
And the application is complete.
Need a second.
second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions, hearing none. We'll see you next month. We'll see you next month anyway, but you don't have to get a sign.
Thank you. And thank you for your time. It's after 11 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, my fifth one.
Okay, we're not done yet, folks, but wait, there's more.
God.
But wait, there's more. We have our minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes? And does anyone have any changes to that? Hearing none, I move that we accept the minutes as presented.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Moving on to our community representative and staff reports. We got anything for that?
Me.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Let's move on to, I assume that applies to correspondence as well.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to election of officers.
May I move that
You're not seated.
Oh, boy.
I'm not seeing.
No, you're not seated.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
I will make a motion that we have a slate of, J. Colin Heffernan, Chairman, Charles Savage, Vice Chair, and Elizabeth Stephens, Secretary.
Thank you.
Second emotion.
All right. You want to do this again, Chuck? Want to serve again?
Who's the substitute?
There
I
is-
mean, I will do it, but
Oh,
I'm
you
getting
can-
a little long.
For 1 year.
Yeah, 1 year. I mean, I'm done after this next year.
Okay. You'll ride out in a blaze of glory then. Elizabeth, are you willing to serve as secretary again?
Sure.
All right, I'll rally up for one more round as chair anyway. Any other slates? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much, everybody.
Hold on, wait, you've got another meeting. We have APA.
I know, well, I gotta adjourn this one first.
I want you to go.
I move to adjourn the wetlands
Oh, I'm
meeting.
sorry.
Need a second on this one, people.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Wetlands is adjourned.
Okay.
Moving on to APA, it is 11:16 p.m. I will call to order the Catawba Forest Aquifer Protection Agency regular meeting, Thursday, January 16th, 2025. Roll call, we have myself, we have Charles Savage, we have Lisa, we have Paul Kay, we have Cindy Roberts, we have Stephen, we have Joel Cuff, we have Jim Kluwitz. We will seat Elizabeth and Marshall. Okay, and for regular business, we have our minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes of our November 11th, 2024 meeting?
And committed to memory.
Does anyone have any changes to those minutes? Hearing none, I move that we accept the minutes as presented.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, minutes are accepted. Any announcements or correspondence from the APA? None. All right, election of officers. I will make a motion that we carry over the slate of officers from the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission to be officers for the APA.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much, and move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.